Alright, give me a moment. I'm just gonna get my phone so I can view the chat and we can start. Alright, we're gonna start with the obligatory reminder. YouTube channel, VOD channel. As you can see, I already uploaded some content there. Let's just refresh it, yeah. I mean, it doesn't have any like views, but it's something like, if you did use one view, which is from me, then it's like 2 people saw this. Hey, it's a progress. And I completely forgot to actually select my articles again. Oh well, we're just gonna do this on the run. I don't have that many, it just depends how long can I talk about them. We only have like two Twitter bizarres and one, two actually. We got 2 articles on gaming. After that, we maybe gonna play Dark Souls, depends when we end with the articles. Okay. Again, subscribe. Also, I have the Twitter, but you can find it in my links. Or you can't. You cannot find this in my links. Okay. I'm gonna have to add it there. No, sorry. But I think you can find it here. Yeah, you can find it here. The Twitter link. Okay, let's move on. On our first article, over 300 million children a year face sexual abuse study. Okay, how about this? Oh, I could have continued without agreement, whatever. So, we found out over 300 million young people had experienced online sexual abuse and exploitation over the course of our meta study. Quite interesting how the title changed. In the right, it is 300 million children. In the center, it's young people. And the left is also young people or children. Oh, this is Scottish research. Over 300 million children. So yeah, only the centers speak about young people. Do we want to? I've already opened this up. Let's read this. See what's it all about. It takes a lot to shock Galvin Lay. My friend and colleague was responsible for setting up Africa's first dedicated child exploitation and human trafficking units. And for many years, he was a senior investigating officer for child exploitation online protection center at UK's National Crime Agency, specializing in extraterritorial persecution on child exploitation across the globe. Yeah, child exploitation is unfortunately quite normal in certain African countries. A lot of child kidnapping is happening over there. It's not a nice place for your child to grow up. That's also why a lot of people try to migrate to Europe and other wealthier countries. Oh, and also the other reason is that it's very inhospitable there and very poor. But what happened when he recently volunteered for a demonstration of cutting-edge identification software left him speechless. Within seconds of being fed with an image of how Ray looks today, The AI app sourced a distinct array of online photos of him that he had never seen before, including in the background of someone else's photographs from British Lions rugby match in Auckland 8 years ago. It was mind-blowing, Lay told me. And then the demonstrators scrolled down two more pictures taken on two separate beaches, one in Turkey and another in Spain, probably harvested from social media. They were of another family, but with me, my wife, and two kids in the background. The kids would have been 6 or 7. They are now 20 or 22. Yeah, like anything you upload to the internet, even if you upload it to your personal, personal account on Facebook or anything like that, like it is very likely going to get leaked, and those images will be available online if you look hard enough. Like, this is the unfortunate truth of the internet. There's no privacy, only an illusion that you can, delete them. But there will always be some hidden somewhere ready to research in any time, any moment. The AI in question was one of an arsenal of new tools deployed in Quito, Ecuador, in March when Ray worked with a 10-county task force to rapidly identify and locate perpetrators and victims of online child exploitation and abuse, a hidden pandemic with over 300 million victims around the globe every year. That is chilling. That is extremely chilling. I think everybody would tell that this stuff is happening, but I mean, if we would show them this article, then I think everyone would have his or her child raped. Like, this is unreal just how much this happens. And how many? Like, this is too depressing to. That is where the work of Child Right Global Child Safety Institute, based on the Institute of Edinburgh, comes in. Launched a little over a year ago in March 2023 with the financial support of the Human Dignity Foundation. Child Rights' vision is to use the illuminating power of data and insight to better understand the nature and the extent of child sexual exploitation and abuse. I am a professor of international child protection research and child rights director of data, and for near 20 years I have been researching sexual abuse and child maltreatment, including the New York City Alliance Against Sexual Assault and UNICEF. The fight to keep our young people safe and secure from harm has been hampered by a data disconnect. Data differs in quality, consistency around the world. Definitions differ, and frankly, transparency isn't what it should be. Our aim is to work in partnership with many others to help join up the system, close the data gaps, and shine a light on some of the world's darkest crimes. 302 million victims in 1 year. Our new report, Into the Light, has produced the world's first estimates of the scale of the problem in terms of victims and perpetrators. Our estimates are based on a meta-analysis of 125 representative studies published between 2011 and 2023 and highlight that one in 8 children, 302 million young people have experienced online sexual abuse and exploitation in 1 year over in a 1 year period preceding the national surveys. This will be probably a complete nightmare article for the parents. Because there's almost 16% chance your child had experienced it. This must be completely crashing to the parent. I cannot imagine what they must be thinking about this. Just, their child was or might have been, a victim and never told them about it because he or she was scared. Additionally, we analyzed tens of millions of reports from to the 5 main global watchdog and policing organizations: the Internet Watch Foundation's IWF and the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children (NCMEC), the Canadian Center for Child Protection's C3P, the International Association of Internet Hotlines (InHope), and Interpol's International Child Sexual Exploitation Database (ICCE). This helped us understand the nature of child sexual abuse images and videos online. While huge data gaps mean this is only a starting point and far from a definitive figure, the numbers we have uncovered are shocking. We found that nearly 13% of the world's children have been victims of non-consensual taking, sharing, and exposure to sexual images and videos. No, I don't want any further. In addition, just over 12% of children globally are estimated to have been subject to online solicitation, such as unwanted sexual talk, which can include non-consensual sexting, unwanted sexual questions, and unwanted sexual act requests by adults or other youths. And the worst part is this will only get worse with the AI. I've already read one article that in some Spain village, some boys were using AI to make explicit images of their female classmates, and all of the parties were underage. This is only going to get worse, and I fear for the young, because this can be crashing to. This can be completely mentally draining, and this could lead to some really tragic. This could lead to some really tragic outcomes. I don't want to even think about this. Cases have soared since COVID changed the online habits of the world. For example, the Internet Watch Foundation's IWF reported in 2023 that child sexual abuse material featured primary school children aged 7 to 10 being coached to perform sexual acts online had risen by more than 1000% since the UK went into lockdown. What the actual fuck? Apologies, I was just speechless. This is disgusting. Let's continue. The charity pointed out that during the pandemic, thousands of children became more reliant on the internet to learn, socialize, and play, and that this was something which internet predators exploited to coerce more children into sexual activities. sometimes even including friends or siblings over webcams and smartphones. Obviously, during pandemic, almost everyone was home. The internet has become much deeper part of uh, the internet throughout in our life has become much more intertwined. And yeah, a lot of people nowadays use the internet to learn and even socialize. But there was even before, like people were actually using the internet already quite a bit. This the socialized part would probably be to for the older people. There has also been a sharp rise in reports of financial sextortion, with children blackmailed over sexual imagery that abusers have tricked them into providing, often with tragic results, with a spate of suicides across the world. Do not ever send other people your intimate photos. Do not. Even if it's your boyfriend or something like that, even if you are older and you have boyfriend, don't send them naked photos or anything like this. This will very and very likely come bite you back. Yes, you at the moment you may think like there's a big laugh and all that. However, this may fade very quickly, and maybe a year later you break up, and he just shows your photos to other people, or maybe he was a scam and he already showed it like the day one you send it. Like, don't do that. This abuse can also utilize AI deepfake technology, notoriously used recently to generate false sexual images of the singer Taylor Swift. Indeed. And the worst part is that using it on somebody, I know how some mean, but using it on somebody who's unknown, like irrelevant to a certain extent. You're not irrelevant, alright? All your lives matters. But irrelevant to the mainstream media, then can be very different situation. Like there will be people who's going to believe it is you, and annoying in the mainstream, they won't be pointed out as an idiots, and this could cause you. This could cause you much trouble with your parents, with your family, with your friends. As I said before, I read that article about some Spanish village, using AI to make explicit content of their female classmates. This is going to get only worse. And I really hope that the AI content is somehow regulated. And it should be definitely also the parents must be punished to some extent if their children actually use the AI. I mean, if they were using it to the parents unknown, then it is hard because they did not know about it. They should obviously know if their 11-year-old child is making explicit content of his, female classmates. However, I guess some parents also respect privacy. But it should be definitely harder to get your hands on the generative AI, especially when you're young. And even in general, because I mean, you don't have to be young to do some nefarious stuff. This is a very long article. Well, this is going to hurt a lot to read. A child sexual exploitation pandemic. This child sexual exploitation and abuse pandemic affects pupils in every classroom, in every school, in every country, and it needs to be tackled urgently as public health emergency. As with all pandemics, such as COVID and AIDS, apologies, the world must come together and provide an immediate and comprehensive public health response. Well, this is going to be very tough because, unlike with pandemics, this is only the doing of human, and when you have humans involved, it never is easy. This is going to be an unending pandemic, but it may be quelled if you use, your special services, secret police, and that to locate and I don't use that word, don't use that word, that would ever get you banned. And arrest those wrongdoers and predators. However, even then, it will always, come back. So one solution is banning the generative AI. However, I'm against it. I believe we should be using AI to progress further in technology, and if we limit AI, we're just going to hinder our own progress. Unfortunately, this is one price that we're going to be paying, and this is not a pleasant price at all. This is just terrible. Our report also highlights a survey which examines a representative sample of 4,918 men aged over 18 living in Australia, the UK, and the US. It has produced some startling findings. In terms of perpetrators, 1 in 9 men in the US, equating to almost 14 million men, admitted online sexual offending against children at some point in their lives. Enough offenders to form a line stretching from California on the west coast to North Carolina in the east, or to fill a Super Bowl stadium more than 200 times over. This survey found that 7% of the men in the UK had admitted the same, equating to 1.8 million offenders, or enough to fill the O2 Arena 90 times over, and by 7.5% of men in Australia, nearly 700,000. Well, I hope, I neighbor hope it was just, some heated online chatting, playing Call of Duty or something like that. I neighbor hope, like it was just, them playing Call of Duty, and this wasn't it did not have any nefarious intent. Otherwise, this would be very, this would be very, very disturbing. Meanwhile, millions across all 3 countries said they would also seek to commit contact sexual offenses against children if they knew no one would find out. A finding that should be considered in tandem with other research indicating that those who watch child sexual abuse material are at high risk of going on to contact or abuse a child physically. The internet has enabled communities of sex offenders to easily and rapidly share child abuse and exploitation images on staggering scales, and in turn increases demand for such content among new users and increases rates of abuse of children, shattering countless lives. In fact, more than 36 million reports of online sexual images of children who fell victim to all forms of sexual exploitations and abuse were filed in 2023 to watchdogs by companies such as X, Facebook, Instagram, Google, WhatsApp, and members of the public. That equates to 1 report every single second. Absolutely disgusting. This is disgusting beyond belief. Give me a moment, I'm gonna take a sip of water. This is an exhausting article, that's for sure. Well, I did not expect we would be starting with something. Well, I read that, the title, so I should have known this would be so ugly. That it would be so disgusting. Exploitation. Let's continue. Like everywhere in the world, Ecuador is in grip of this modern, transnational problem. The rapid spread of child sexual exploitation and abuse online, it can see an abuser in, say, London, pay another abuser in somewhere like the Philippines to produce images of atrocities against a child that are in turn hosted by that data center in the Netherlands and dispersed instantly across multiple other countries. Penway, who is also Child Rights Director of Engagement and Risk, was in Quito. In 2024, martial law meant a large hotel neighborhood busy with tourists working for the delights of the Galapagos Islands was ill-required. Save for a group of 40 law enforcement analysts, researchers, and prosecutors who had more than 15,000 child sexual abuse images and videos to analyze. I feel really sorry for the people who has to analyze and look on this stuff. This is just like this. I cannot imagine like who would come out the same as before. The cache of files included material logged with authorities annually, content from seized devices, and from Interpol's International Child Sexual Exploitation (ICCE) database. The files were potentially linked to perpetrators in 10 Latin American and Caribbean countries: Argentina, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Ecuador, El Salvador, Honduras, Guatemala, Peru, and Dominican Republic. So, I had a hiccup. Child exploitation exists in every part of the world, but based on the intelligence from multiple partners in the field, we estimate that the majority of Interpol member countries lack the training and resources to properly respond to evidence of child sexual abuse material shared with them by organizations like the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, NCMEC. This organization is a body created by US Congress to log and process evidence of child sexual abuse material uploaded around the world and spotted largely by tech giants. However, we believe this lack of capacity means that millions of reports alerting law enforcement to abuse material are not even open. Yeah, this is very likely. I can definitely think of few examples that few people, who would put this under the rag, and especially like if there are so many perpetrators, then yeah, a good number of them will just be will never come to life, to the light. The Ecuador operation, in conjunction with the International Center for Missing and Exploited Children (ICMEC) and U.S. Homeland Security, aim to help change that by supporting authorities to develop further skills and confidence to identify and locate sex offenders and rescue child victims. Center to the Quito operation was Interpol's database. I don't know why they use it twice, but okay. That contains around 5 million images and videos that specialized investigators from more than 68 countries use to share data and cooperate on cases. Using image and video comparison software as essential photo ID work that instantly recognizes the digital fingerprint of images. Investigators can quickly compare images that have uncovered with images contained in the database. The software can instantly make connection between victims, abusers, and police. It also avoids duplication of efforts and saves precious time by letting investigators know whether images have already been discovered or identified in another country. So far, it has helped identify more than 37,900 victims worldwide. 37,900. Ray has significant field experience using these resources to help child rights turn data into action, recently providing technical advice to law enforcement in Kenya. Their successes included using data to arrest a... Oh, they also use the... Oh, is this the correct way to write it? I actually don't know. I know some... I once saw a video which used this title, so I'm not sure if this is like a, TOS friendly, TOS friendly, how to name for them. Although I don't know why would anyone ever, would censor for using the real, the real word. This is just beyond me. It's almost like which somebody would think about their feelings or anything. Like these creeps deserve to get a rope. And I'm not gonna detail it any further. The P word. Okay. I'm not going to say it either because I'm gonna have to upload it to YouTube. And I'm not sure if Twitch allows the word either. I don't know, it's just so stupid. Thomas Scheller. In 2023, Thomas Scheller, 74 years old, by the way. 74 years old, and you still do this. He should have just been given the rope. I'm saying it. Like, he should have been given the rope at this point. Like, you do not deserve to die in some filthy prison. You deserve to... Let's move on. This disgusting. The German national was found guilty by a Nairobi court of 3 counts of trafficking, indecent acts with minors, and possession of child sexual abuse material. But despite these data states, there are concerns about the inability of law enforcement to keep pace with the problem too large for officers to arrest their way out of. It is one enabled by emerging technological advances, including AI-generated abuse images, which threaten to overwhelm authorities with their scale. In Quito, over a warming rainy season, MILF enconado de pestaco, a tasty regional dish of fish in a coconut sauce served with the white rice, Ray explained. This certainly isn't to single out Latin America, but it's become clear that there's an imbalance in the way countries around the world deal with data. There are some that deal with pretty much every referral that comes in, and if it's not dealt with and something happens, people can lose their jobs. On the opposite side of the coin, some countries are receiving thousands of email referrals a day. They don't even get opened. Indeed, I mean, in the poor countries, there's just the focus is just elsewhere, like on the violent gangs, on the cartels, and some other stuff. That's unfortunate. It's just unfortunate though that the enforcement is just has to fight with the dangerous organizations, and they just put this under the rug. Unfortunately, hopefully this will get more attention as the time progresses, and it will start get dealt with. Will start to get dealt with. Now we are seeing evidence that advances in technology can also be utilized to fight online sexual predators, but the use of such technology raises ethical questions. Contentious AI tool draws on 40 billion online images. Yes, if you delete your images, it is not gone from the internet. Do not upload any explicit images or the images you might regret uploading. The powerful but contentious AI tool that left Ray speechless was the case in point, one of multiple AI facial recognition tools that have come onto the market, and with multiple applications. The technology can help identify people using billions of images scraped from the internet, including social media. AI facial recognition software like this have reportedly been used by Ukraine to debunk false social media posts, enhance safety at checkpoints, and identify Russian infiltrators as well as dead soldiers. It was also reportedly used to help identify rioters who stormed the US Capitol in 2021. Oh yeah, that thing is still somewhat relatively hot in US. I mean, of course it's hot when, Donald Trump is still on trials. I mean, they won't get solved. Like, if he becomes president, they will definitely won't be able solved. That's the fact. And I mean, I'm not even gonna talk about it. I'm not an American. I don't have any obligation to talk about that incident. The New York Times magazine reported on another remarkable case. In May 2019, an internet provider alerted authorities after a user received images depicting the sexual abuse of a young girl. That is good. This is an example. This is an example showcase from like the internet providers should report this to the authorities. On one hand, it is kind of, unnerving that they can, see what people send you. On the other hand, when you have this, it's hard. I mean, I am for privacy. Unfortunately, this is a massive issue, and like 300 million victims a year is just something that cannot be ignored. One grainy image held a vital clue, an adult face visible in the background that the facial recognition company was able to match to an image on an Instagram account featuring the same man again in the background. This was in spite of the fact that the image of his face would have appeared about half the size of a human fingernail when viewing it. It helped investigators pinpoint his identity and the Las Vegas location where he was found to be creating the child sexual abuse material to sell on the dark web. That led to the rescue of 7-year-old girl and to him being sentenced to 35 years in jail. That's still too little. Sentence him to more. Or. Meanwhile, for its part, the UK government recently argued that facial recognition software can allow police to stay one step ahead of criminals and to make Britain's streets safer, although at the moment the use of such software is not allowed in the UK. When Ray volunteered to allow his features to be analyzed, he was stunned that within seconds the app produced a wealth of images, including one that captured him in the background of a photo taken at the rugby match years before. Think about how investigators can equally match a distinctive tattoo or unusual wallpaper where abuse has occurred, and the potential of this as a crime-fighting tool is easy to appreciate. Again, AI brings some hardships, some problems to solve, and also it brings many solutions. We should be improving on the AI capabilities, and we should strive to use it for good, and both socially and technologically. Of course, it is also easy to appreciate the concerns some people have on civil liberties ground, which have limited the use of such technology across Europe. In the wrong hands, what might such technology mean for a political dissident in hiding, for instance? One Chinese facial recognition startup has come under the scrutiny by the US government for its alleged role in the surveillance of the Uyghur minority group. Yes, the Uyghur minority group is heavily oppressed, and they are facing extermination attempt from the Chinese government. They are facing a G. The role of big tech. Similar points are sometimes made by big tech proponents of end-to-end encryption of popular apps which are also used to share child abuse and exploitation files on an industrial scale, effectively turning the lights off on some of the world's darkest crimes. Why, ask the privacy purists, should anyone else have the right to know about their private concerns? Well, I'm gonna answer that for you. The big tech companies should not know what you are messaging each other, as they sell information about you, and they would have sold the information to other companies for money which you would never seen. So on the one hand, yes, it would help identify predators. On the other hand, they would jump to another, social media. They would jump to another media site. Like, it's not like there's only Facebook to chat. And then they're gonna jump to WhatsApp, and if WhatsApp does anything, they're just gonna jump to Telegram. And good luck telling Telegram what to do. I mean, as I heard, the Telegram is like safe haven from a lot of illegal content. Even as severe as we must not allow big tech companies to, how to say it? We cannot allow big tech companies to just strip off our privacy. That is not the way. We cannot allow them to just completely profit on everything we do, on every little chat we have between us, our friends, our girlfriends, our family. That is not the right way. And so it might seem to some that we have reached the Kafkaesque point where the right to privacy of abusers risks trumping the privacy and safety rights of the children they are abusing. Clearer then, if encryption of popular file sharing apps is to be the norm, a balance must be struck that meets the desire for privacy for all users with the proactive detection of child sexual material online. Meta has shown recently that there is a potential for a compromise that could improve child safety, at least to some extent. Instagram, described by the NSPCC recently as a platform most used for grooming, yes, has developed a new tool aimed at blocking the sending of sexual images to children, albeit, albeit Albeit, notably, authorities will not be alerted about those sending the material. This would involve so-called client-side scanning, which Meta believes undermines the chief privacy protecting features of encryption, that only the sender and recipient know about the contents of messages. Meta has said it does report all apparent instances of child exploitations appearing on its site from anywhere in the world to MEC. Yes, obviously, Instagram, image sharing platform, like pretty much pretty much everybody has an Instagram or has had an Instagram at any time of his life or has. I mean, personally, I don't use Instagram much. I usually just use the people I follow if they post something new, celebrities and some friends. However, I know other people use Instagram more regularly. They might comment, and that's when the predators come in. If somebody young comment, I don't know, on Taylor Swift, then some predator might come in and try to exploit this adoration of the child's favorite celebrity or singer. Apologies, I'm gonna take a sip of water. We're almost at the end of the article, don't worry. I know this has been very exhausting. Okay, we're back. Uh, I forgot. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we are at the end. One compromise with the use of AI to detect offenders suggests Ray is a simple one. To ensure that it can only be used under strict license of child protection professionals with appropriate controls in place. It is not a silver bullet. He explained to me, AI-based ID will always need to be followed up by old-fashioned police work, but anything that can be achieved in 15 seconds, what we used to spend hours and hours trying to get, is worthy of careful consideration, he believes. The Ecuador operation, combining AI with traditional work, had an immense impact in March. ICMEC reports that it led to a total of 115 victims, mainly girls, mostly aged 6 to 12, 13 to 15, and 37 offenders, mainly adult men, positively identified worldwide. Within 3 weeks, ICMEC said 18 international interventions had taken place, with 45 victims rescued and 7 abusers arrested. There's an. Oh, it's still going up. Okay, okay. Okay, there you have an image. Oh yeah, that's just a visual representation of what they were saying here in the forum before. In one way or another, a compromise needs to be struck to deal with this pandemic. Child sexual abuse is a global public health crisis that is steadily worsening thanks to advancing technologies which enabled instantaneous production and limitless distribution of child exploitation material, as well as unregulated access to children online. They are the words of the Tasmanian Grace Tame, a remarkable survivor of childhood abuse and executive director of the Grace Tame Foundation, which works to combat the sexual abuse of children. Like countless child sexual abuse victim survivors, my life was completely upended by the lasting impacts of the trauma, shame, public humiliation, ignorance, and stigma. I moved overseas at 18 because I became a pariah in my hometown, didn't pursue tertiary education as hoped, misused alcohol and drugs, self-harmed, and worked several minimum wage jobs. Tim believes that a centralized global research database is essential to safeguarding children. If the internet and technology built us to where we are today, the AI used in Quito to save 45 children is a powerful demonstration of the power of technology for good. Moreover, the work of the 10 country task force is a testament to the potential of global responses to a global problem on an internet that knows no national boundaries. Greater collaboration, education, and in some cases regulation and legislations can all help, and they are all needed without delay because, as child rights mantra goes, children can't wait. Indeed. And this is it. So this was very exhaustive article. I saw the headline, obviously I clicked on this, and the ground news. However, I did not expect to read all of this. This is simply horrible. And to think, I mean, that I cannot even say anything. I'm just speechless. Like, this is absolutely disgusting. And it definitely makes you worry about the future of this goddamn race. About this human race. It has to be solved. It has to be solved, and it may have to come to a drastic measures. I mean, if you are a predator, then I hold no sympathy for you. I hold only the deepest I hold only the deepest hate towards you, the deepest anger. And I only wish you the worst. Okay, what is our next? Knife attacker injures 3 in metro in Lyon, France. So, Euronews, I guess. I'm gonna check if... this is quite loud actually. Okay. should be a bit better. You might hear the music. Luckily, it should not be. You should not be able to hear it in the VOD. So, if it's distracting by any way, you don't have to worry. It won't be. You won't hear it in the VOD so good, and the video so good. Okay, this is only a short article. We're going to read this one, and then I'm gonna probably take a small pause. I'll probably go and brush my teeth. Forgot, and yeah, that article before it drained me. Four people injured in knife attack in Lyon metro. As I said before, you should do your best to get a gun license, especially if you're a woman. Gun can save your life. Gun can protect you. I'm not sure how strict are the gun regulations in France. In my country, it's okay. You can wear the hidden gun. You can use the. You can basically hidden your weapon, so you can always have it on you. And if anyone actually tries to attack you or harass you in any way, you can use it as a means of protection. And of course as a preemptive measure. The attack took place early Sunday afternoon, according to Rhine prefectures. Passengers had earlier reported the erratic behavior of an individual wielding a knife. If you see anyone who wears a knife in the public, just don't take the train. Just go walk. Even if you had to lose your job, it is better than to risk your own life, to risk your health. This person shouldn't have been even allowed on that train. Oh, was it then? Was he? A 27-year-old Moroccan man was arrested and taken into police custody following a night attack that injured 4 people in the Lyon metro on Sunday afternoon. Okay, it was the metro. Yeah, I don't like metro. I never really used it, although I heard some stuff about it. Yeah, and sometimes I also read stories in my own region that some really stupid people take the idea and sometimes do some really stupid stuff. I mean, honestly, I would recommend bus, but then again, I don't know how buses are in the other countries. I mean, here it's okay. However, this could be drastically different even in Germany, and not talking even about France. Also, an argument why cars shouldn't be, banned from cities, because using public transport, if the city is not able to guarantee the safety of its own citizen in these public transports, then you should not be looking to ban or restrict cars from being used in the cities. An individual armed with a knife injured 4 people in the Lyon metro between Dubourg and Place Jean Jaurès stations. Lyon public prosecutor Thierry Dean informed local media. The suspect, previously unknown to the police, has been hospitalized multiple times for psychiatric issues and had been subject to an obligation to leave French territory since 2022. Then what is he doing in France? Okay, if he should have left the France by the end of 2022, what is he still doing there? Hello? Fabien Buccio, prefect of the Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes region and prefect of the Rennes, told BFM-TV. Two victims were in critical condition. One was moderately injured and another sustained minor injuries, a prefect release said. Several traumatized witnesses received psychological support, the statement added. The suspect has reportedly been taken into police custody, with investigations entrusted to the Lyon Interdepartmental Directorate of the National Police. According to a police source, two of the injured were stabbed in the abdomen and another man in the arm. Firefighters reported that two victims were treated in the metro in critical conditions. The main victim, who suffered the most injuries, was a 17-year-old unaccompanied minor from Guinea. According to a police source, the city of Lyon condemns this particularly serious act. Mohamed Shih, a deputy mayor responsible for security, posted on X. Rennes prefect Fabien Buccio expressed her support for the victims and their families, thanked the staff for Interdepartmental Directorate and the National Police for the swift arrest of the suspect, and praised the intervention of the fire department and the ambulance service. Oh, I probably butchered the Rain or Rhone pronunciation, but whatever. Yeah, as I was saying before, like, if the government is not able to guarantee the safety of its own citizen in these public transport, then it should not restrict the usage of personal vehicles. This individual should have left France by the end of year 2022, if my English understands correctly. Yet he still remained in France for maybe almost 2 years. Like, this is not a laughing matter. Like, this is a very serious failure of the police services and the immigration services of France. And it was against a minor, so the minor couldn't have even, hold a gun, if that's even allowed in France. Like, I don't know French gun laws. However, as I stated, get a gun license and buy a gun. It can save your life, it can protect your health, and it can be used it can be, just drawn out preemptively to prevent any sort of hostile confrontation. Let's see what's our next article. Georgian PM president criticize each other over media freedom law on Independence Day. Alright, I'm gonna take a pause here and get something. Maybe I'm gonna eat a little bit for breakfast, then we'll be back. Probably like 10 minutes or so. I won't be taking like I'll try not to take too long. So yeah, be right back. And we're back. Alright. Had some nice breakfast. I think so. I forgot to brush my teeth. My kitchen is overrun by ants. Good times, good times. What do we have here? Georgian Prime Minister, President criticize each other over media freedom on Independence Day. I've read something about this law. I don't know. I've read only it's like supposed to that media whom are funded by some foreign companies or individuals are has to write it somewhere that they are sponsored by some foreign entities. I haven't read like anything other about that, which I'm pretty sure something like that this is in the United States. I mean, that sounds like a transparency law. Obviously, if you are in totalitarian country, it is probably going to be used for something nefarious. However, Georgia is democratic country as far as I remember. We're gonna read about this. Will this be in English? Oh, this is Japanese. Yes. Japan news, reject all. Fine, I'm gonna accept Japan. Okay. The president and prime minister of Georgia on Sunday lashed out at each other at a ceremony marking the country's Independence Day as a strong tensions persist over the law that critics say will obstruct media freedom and damage Georgia's bid to join the European Union. The measure would require media and non-governmental organizations to register as a carrying out the interests of a foreign power if they receive more than 20% of their budget from abroad. The opponent denounced it as irrational because of similar regulations there. Just because something is an autocratic country doesn't mean it's bad. Certain autocratic countries also empowered women, for example. So I mean, this is just pretty dumb argument. Obviously, Georgia is in the interest of the is in. Obviously, Russians would love to add Georgia to its sphere of interest. I don't. Hopefully, it's not going to happen. And as I said before, that some such similar law is in USA. I think. I mean, I would have to Google it, and I'm too lazy. Maybe we'll read about it here. Who knows? Large protests have repeatedly been held in the capital, Tbilisi. I'm not even gonna bother pronouncing it. Tbilisi, as the measures made its way throughout Parliament. After the legislature passed the bill, President Salome Zurabishvili vetoed it on May 18th, but the Georgian Dream Party of Prime Minister Iraki Kobagicha and his backers have enough votes in parliament to override the veto. As the specter of Russia looms over us, partnership and rapprochement with Europe are a true path to preserving and strengthening our independence and peace. Those who sabotage and undermine this path trample upon and damage the peaceful and secure future of our country, hindering the path towards becoming a full member of free and democratic world. I still don't see how this law is supposed to be trampling upon your freedoms. But okay, Bill. Zurabishvili said at the ceremony celebrating 106th anniversary of Georgia's declaration of independence from Russia. At the same ceremony, Kobagiche lauded Georgia's development and sharply criticized Zurabishvili. All these names. It was the unity and reasonable steps of the people and the elected government that gave us the opportunity to maintain peace in the country for the past 2 years despite existential threats and multiple betrayals, including the betrayal of the president of Georgia, he said. In the evening, thousands of opponents of the measure marched along one of the main avenues of the capital. Some previous demonstrations against the law have brought clashes between protesters and police. The European Union's foreign policy arm has said that the adoption of this law negatively impacts Georgia's progress on the EU path. Critics say it may have been driven by Russia to thwart Georgia's chances of further integrating with the West. I don't see the pattern. Like I'm actually trying to see like how Russia would benefit from companies, registering themselves as, having been funded by foreign entities. Like I'm trying my best to understanding. However, this just I don't understand how this is any like dangerous to freedom and democracy. Of course, in Russia, these companies who are forced to register themselves as being funded from abroad, they will obviously get, targeted by the Russian state. That's obvious. However, Georgia is a democracy. I don't know, I don't know if that. However, this seems to me very fear mongering and this sounds to me very fear mongering to say at least. Maybe there's more to its story, however. Yep. In the evening, in the evening, thousands of opponents of the Machu Machu. Yes. Did that. There were clashes. The European Union's foreign policy arm has said the adoption of this law has negatively impacts Georgia's progress on the EU path. Critics say it may have been driven by Russia to thwart Georgia's chances of further integrating with the West. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken on Thursday announced that travel sanctions would be imposed on Georgian officials who are responsible for or complicit in undermining democracy in Georgia, and it remains our hope that Georgia leaders will recognize the draft law and take steps to move forward with the nation's democratic and Euro-Atlantic aspirations. Explain to me how exactly this is harmful to democracy. I Alright, I might not see something there. Yes, obviously people say that they will, oppress those media and stuff. However, as far okay, so Georgia wants to join EU. So this means they are already a democratic state. They have democratic values and democratic elected government. How is this in any way harmful to democracy? I cannot comprehend. I have no idea. Like Georgia would not have been given a, and I don't want to say applicant status because they probably have not applied to the EU, but they are given somewhat of a hopeful status. So there is a democracy in Georgia. How does this law towards their progress to European Union? I have no idea. This just seems strange. It was nothing. Uh, yep. Georgian, very confusing. I'm not sure like how is this and in any way harmful to democracy. Obviously it is harmful if you are in Russia and China and other countries that are authoritarian and they trample on the free press. However, if Georgia is supposed to be a hopeful for the European Union, then they must have a, they must have freedom of speech, freedom of thought, and freedom of election. Moving on. Do I want to read this? Probably not. Like, I don't. Researchers warn that heavy turbulence poses a growing threat to passengers and crew safety on planes, with an expected increase in hazardous turbulence due to climate change. Climate change has already led to increased turbulence in the past 40 years, particularly at aircraft cruising altitudes. According to UK study from Reading University, a study projects the potential doubling or tripling of severe turbulence in the jet streams in the future if the climate change continues as expected. I'm gonna click on it and see if there's any graph. If there is not any graph, then I'm not even reading it. I'm not gonna bother myself. But okay, so what do we have here? We have a bird, an airplane, a bird. No, a group of birds. We got here another group of birds, and that's it. No graph, and let's see, they have some underlined square, blah blah blah. There's no graph that shows any data, so I'm not gonna even bother. I don't like planes, alright? I will probably never set foot on a plane because I'm too paranoid that it will actually crash down with me. However, if you cannot provide any graph to visualize alleged your alleged evidence or your alleged theory to how climate change versus turbulences, I won't even bother reading this. And this is BBC, so I mean BBC should be able to provide graphs. Moving on. I'm not gonna subscribe. It costs exactly the same as Spotify. Oh, I actually have not talked about the background music. I completely forgot about it. If you watch the stream, then you can hear the wideband audio playing. Obviously, you should not be able to hear this in VOD. I use this royalty non-copyright music because I don't know if if it can or cannot be heard in the VOD. Basically, if it's going to be heard, if you are sorry, language, if you are going to be able to hear this in VOD. So, because if you are, then I would be risking copyright strike and muted audio, which is something I don't want, obviously. If it's not heard, then everything's fine. Also, I would love to use Spotify, but I don't have Spotify Premium, and I do not plan on buying it just yet. Maybe if some people actually start to watch streams and the videos, then I will buy it. Obviously, $10 a year is not that much. However, for now, it's just a waste of money for me. Anyways, moving on. Musk plans largest ever supercomputer for XAI startup. Wasn't Elon Musk warning about AI? How quickly things change. Yes. Elon Musk wants to build a supercomputer. I'm not gonna do this. I'm gonna find an article actually. Chip Houston. La miriade espera per sonore. Alright, I assume this word means something different in French, but alright, I'm so good. Okay, okay. I shouldn't be laughing, it's just the boy, but it's so funny because it's in French. Son Alward, so it says, Rivo dans le domaine de Okay, I butchered it completely, but they deserve it. They use the I word there. Okay, let's read. Let's read. Let's read news. Oh, let's read Reuters. Why not? Continue without supporting you. Okay. US businessman Elon Musk recently told investors that his artificial intelligence startup XAI is planning to build a supercomputer to power the next version of its AI chatbot Grok. The information reported on Saturday, citing a presentation to investors. Musk said he wants to get the proposed supercomputer running by the fall of 2025, as per the report, adding that the XAI could partner with Oracle to develop the massive computer. Well, I'm not sure, like, it's been a while since I actually saw this debate, but I'm pretty sure Elon Musk was originally was warning about the AI or was very skeptical about AI. Maybe maybe I just put somebody else. It was somebody else and I just put Elon Musk there. So take my statement with grain of salt. Oh, it would be funny how quickly it changed, especially when they saw how much money it can actually make to your investors. The XAI could not be immediately reached for comment. Oracle did not respond to a Reuters request for comment. When completed, the connected groups of chips, NVIDIA's flagship H100 graphics processing units (GPUs) would be at least 4 times the size of the biggest GPU clusters that exist today. The information reported, quoting Musk from a presentation made to investors in May, NVIDIA's H100 family of powerful GPUs dominate the data center chip market for AI, but can be hard to obtain due to high demand. Also, one other reason why NVIDIA stocks are rising so much and why they are raking in those profits. Musk. Oh, this is a very short article. Wow. It probably won't be a video. Musk founded XAI last year as a challenger to Microsoft, backed OpenAI and Alphabet's Google. Sorry about it. I just yawned. Musk also co-founded OpenAI. Oh, he did. I shouldn't know about it. Earlier this year, Musk said that the Grok 2 model took about 20,000 NVIDIA H100 GPUs, adding that Grok 3 model and beyond will require 100,000 NVIDIA H100 chips. Oh shit, no wonder their stocks are so high. Okay, I think I might invest even more into NVIDIA. I'm definitely gonna wait for correction and then buy more. Because this AI hype is not dying down. This is not a financial advice, by the way. Oh, okay, this was just some edit notification. Anyways, Yeah, this was a very short article. I thought it would be longer. Oh well, what can we do? Oh, plans to restrict unemployment benefits. Okay. Unemployment benefits will be limited to 15 months, down from 18, and require 8 months of work in the last 20 months for eligibility. Oh, that's much more. That's much more better than here. Here you can get only like 6 months, and even then they will try to scale it down. Or not scale down exactly. They made some adjustment to it. Still, it's nowhere near as good as France. Damn, 15 months of support. Let's reiterate this again. I'm good. Not. Oh my god, this is again very short. Let's see. Mayo. Why is Malaysia? Actually, Parisian is French, so we're not going to do that. Swiss, okay, Swiss. Oh, this is from Reuters. They just took it from Reuters. I'm not reading Bloomberg. Liberation. I'm just gonna read Reuters. Another short article. Touch. The French government is planning to shorten the period people can claim unemployment benefits in order to strengthen the incentives to work. Prime Minister Gabriel Attal said in an interview published on Sunday, unemployment benefits will be limited to maximum of 15 months, down from 18 months now. Attal told the La Tribune Dimanche. The government also plans to require someone to have worked 8 months during the last 20 months instead of 6 months during the last 24 months to qualify for unemployment benefits. Alright, so my question is, does this work like you have maximum 18 months? Like you can get 18 months of support and no more. For example, if you know if you are unemployed for 4 months and get 4 months of support, does this mean you only have 14 months of support left, or it resets every time you get employed and unemployed? I assume it's the first one, and that would make it rather harsh. Maybe it's the second, I don't know. However, looking at the 6 months of work during the last 24 months is very lenient, so I think it might be actually the latter. I mean, it's not bad. Some people will argue this is very bad because, it sort of incentivizes the people to actually, not work as much. On the other hand, on the other side, you can actively look for a job you would really enjoy. It's sort of a double-edged. Okay, let's continue reading. It's very short. If we do not reform unemployment insurance, we risk starting on the road to full employment, he said. This reform will allow us to create ever more jobs in our country. A 2023 reform allowed for benefit duration to vary depending on labor market conditions, the idea of being that it should be shorter if jobs are readily available. But the government, which struggles to keep its deficit reduction plans on track, consider this did not go far enough. Attal said the government planned to adopt the reform by decree rather than present it to the parliament, and that it would enter into force in December. Of course, using decrees. How awful democratic. Yappa. Hmm. The thing is also a good amount of young people do not know what they want to do. Like, you go into school, you pick something you want to do in 15 years, then you're like 19 years or sometimes even 20 plus years, and you just realize the the school you were taking and what you were studying, that it just not interest you anymore, and or you just don't like it anymore, or it's just not for you. I mean, it's kind of good for young people to actually to be incentivized to experiment until it works, until they find something they really like, which can be beneficial. On the other hand, this can definitely be used by lazy people. Then again, I mean, you need to work a certain amount of years to be eligible for the retirement bonuses, but yeah, for the retirement bonuses. So it shouldn't be that big of a deal. Yeah, this was again another very short article. Hopefully the next one is longer. Oh, football. Fan crushes before French Cup final between Lyon and Paris Saint-Germain lead to 30 injuries and 10 errors. Yes, there's a reason why football fans are often portrayed as those primitive Neanderthals. As your usual, most stereotypical extremist right winger, sometimes left winger, just the people you would not like to talk with. Is there anything more to associated? Sure, let's read this. The latest incident of fan violence to mar French soccer this American, well, to mar French football this season led to 30 injuries after rivals from Lyon and Paris Saint-Germain fought on a highway before Saturday's French Cup near the city of Lyon. Prefecture officials in charge of France's northern region said in a statement Sunday that 14 of the injured needed medical treatment. One bus was burned and two others damaged during the crashes, which involved more than 200 fans and took place at around 6 p.m. local time. 8 police officers sustained minor injuries. Yes, there's a reason why there are those stereotypes that the football fans or soccer fans are highly unintelligent and highly primitive monkeys. No, I'm not gonna support you. Thank you. Images online showed rivals charging to each other before one of the groups, clad all in white, clambered over barricades and retreated across a nearby field. Jesus. Supporters threw flares and windows were smashed on buses. The final was deemed a very high security risk by the National Police Division for the fight against hooliganism, and the incidents happened despite fan buses from both clubs being escorted by the police. At this point, it might be useful to actually, give prison sentences. Or high fines. I'd be, I would be a bit harsh, because, destroying someone else's property or even public property is not okay. People should be reminded what will happen if they act like primitive barbarians. Lyon and PSG Ultras have a long-standing rival. No, I'm not going to give you money. Lyon and PSG Ultras have a long-standing rivalry and were expected to travel to below Buenos Dias for the final. The PSG group was dressed in dark clothing while the other was in white, representing Lyon. Some wore balaclavas, of course. How brave. To hide your face. Coward. Yeah, I said it wrong, pronounced it wrong. Coward. Coward, coward, coward. As they for yes. Yes. Yeah, you're at least covered with football fan. Balaclava on, Molotov in hand, and some probably racial sauce in your mouth. And this is pretty accurate depiction of your stereotypical football fan. You know, you have your fans in Italian leagues doing monkey screeches on players of a certain pigment color. I won't specify any further. No, yeah. And this is it? Yes, this is also it. Oh no, it's not. Good, very good. Bertrand Gaume, the prefect for Upper France, praised the police forces for intervening and preventing further violence. There were 10 arrests. PSG supporters also caused trouble in the Youth French Cup final. A curtain raiser to the French Cup final by throwing projectiles at Marseille under 19 goalkeeper Aboubacar Dosso. The game was suspended for 10 minutes in the second half before resuming. Find them all. Maybe, yeah, find them all. I know it's kind of funny that there must have been so many lifetime bans for people, yet somehow we still get more and more of those dumbasses just still getting to these matches. Like, I wonder how is it possible? Because one would expect there would be almost 1 million bans at this point. Not million, that's hyperbole. But one would expect that there would be so many bans already for certain people. I mean, this is probably another good usage. Here would be another very good to use the AI face recognition probably. Because I definitely believe that some of the idiots who are throwing this shit and who are acting as a complete lunatics have done this before and have been banned before. The French final was relocated to State Pierre Mauroy near Lille because preparation at Stade de France for because of the preparation of the Paris Olympics. Yeah, the Paris Olympics will also happen, I believe, this year. Sorry, something fell. And I can't find. Oh, it fell. Too far away. Okay, I'm gonna get it afterwards. Multiple incidents. PSG beat Lyon 2-1 in Kylian Mbappe's last game for PSG. Yep, he will move to Real Madrid for the next season. Very likely. It's like 95%. Violence has matched football in France and other European countries all season. Yes. Not only this season, not only this one. It's always this way. Unfortunately. A Nantes supporter was stabbed to death in the city of Nantes by a driver whose vehicle was carrying Nice supporters before leaking in December. Jesus, guys. Oh my god, Jesus. Yes, barbarians, Neanderthals. That's very accurate depiction. I I used to try to not believe these stereotypes. However, the more time you spend alongside or near other people and strangers, most likely because your friends are usually share the similar beliefs to you or are just similar, behave similar to you, then you just realize that those stereotypes exist for a reason. This is just horrible. I hope he's in prison for at least 30 years. Fucking monkey. In October, a league game between Montpellier and Clermont was abandoned after Montpellier supporter threw a firecracker which exploded near Clermont goalkeeper Moridion. Also in October, a league game between Marseille and Lyon, I actually read about this one, was postponed after then Lyon coach Fabio Grosso suffered a serious head injury when the team bus was hit by thrown objects on the way to Stade Velodrome, shattering some windows. Grosso's deep cut above his left eye required stitches, and he wore a large bandana around his head. Inside the stadium, Lyon supporters were also seen marking Nazi salutes and monkey gestures. Yes, yes, yes. Your average, I don't want to say average football fan, but your football fan, yes, very monkey, very Neanderthal, very smash this, smash that. Last month, a violent street brawl involved around 150 ultras before a game between Rennes and Toulouse. The incident appeared prearranged as it took place on a side street away from the stadium and police. French media reports said one Toulouse fan needed a hospital treatment for head trauma. Toulouse fans launched steel barriers and other objects at rival Marseille fans as they crashed outside the stadium before a league game. The Ultras also have been targeting buses carrying rival supporters, and there have been several attacks this season, including rocks and other objects tipped from overhead bridges. In February, a Nice fan was injured when a bus carrying supporters was pelted with stones after a Friday night game with Lyon. AP Soccer, AP News. Also, if you are considering to vote, should I say it? Or I'm just gonna make people angry. I mean, it's not. I mean, I'm doing politics. I mean, it's not like that. Like, I don't want to make people angry though. Let's just say if you're considering voting certain party, and now I'm not actually talking about the French politics, because I don't know any of the parties they like. I don't know how they work. I don't know who supports them. So I'm gonna be talking more like to specific, let's say, to my region. If you're considering to vote a certain party, then you should also look at which individuals vote for them. Because this is just, this is absolutely disgraceful. This is disgraceful behavior. Every single one of them should be fined, and good portion of them should also be put in jail. Just to show like what will happen if you're gonna behave like it's 30,000 BC. Monkey. Rearranging a file. Just out of what century did you came from? This is not the 21st century behavior. Should not be tolerated. And if you so much want to fight, oh, you can actually be helpful to the global peace by actually, I don't know, fighting in conflicts and actually preserving peace instead of being a goddamn monkey and fighting other monkeys for monkey reasons. Alright, we move on to the next one. So far we've been very angry. Hopefully, Rashida Tlaib suggests voting against Biden for handling of the war in Gaza. I would suggest a neighbor of genocide. I mean, he's sort of is enabling the death. He's enabling the deaths of many Palestinians because he is holding the Israel offensive. On the one hand, it would cause massive toll on lives. On the other hand, the more you wait, the more Palestinians die. So I mean, this is a lose-lose situation for the Palestinians regardless. And unfortunately, Israel has a casus belli against Palestine, or specifically against Hamas, and that's the problem. I mean, like, you're not going to convince United States to stand down, and you think so? You're delusional. Like 9/11, they will never forget this, and they will always support a radical responses, even though this is well. So I hinted at possible reluctance to support Biden in future elections, so just to examine the entire ballot. Also, you're telling them to, not vote for Biden. Very good. That's a good idea. So, okay, this is getting very interesting. So, I assume she's the Democratic one. Only the right has mixed factuality. Low factuality makes me. Does any of these has high factuality? No. So we're gonna read New York Post. We'll see. I'm gonna try to take it with a grain of salt. No. Why are you suggesting me to work with files showing my Google accounts, for fuck's sake? Idiots. Like, I don't know why do these pop-ups even are. Like, why do you show them? Like, what the fuck? Do you not expect like somebody might be streaming? I mean, I don't care if this gets weak, to be completely honest. Like, if I'm ever going to go full time with streaming, which right now it seems no, like my name will eventually be known. So I mean, it would be only a matter of time. So I don't really care that much. However, it pisses me off. They just show you, your mails just on the screen. I mean, if you want to log with your Gmail account, then you should just have a small window, log with your Gmail account, and then click on it for you to see, not like this. Okay, this looks like a woman discussion. Very interesting. I like how she doesn't care. She's there just to for her Instagram photo or. Okay, this is quite funny. Well, I probably won't find it now. Squad member Representative Rashida Tlaib berated President Biden handling of the Israel-Hamas war during the surprise appearance at the People's Conference for Palestine. Indeed, it's Saturday, an event attended by members from this one organization the US government considers a terrorist group. Okay, interesting. Tribe, Democratic Michigan, 47 years old, who has long been sour on Biden, 81 years old, accused him of being a neighbor of murderous war criminal. Oh. And didn't pull any punches against her fellow Democrats either. Oh yes, it's okay, let's be real, it's still months away, so I mean, it's not the worst time to create rifts in your party, because voters' opinion will still sway in the upcoming months. However, it is not a good look for the Democrats who might start to seem, fragmented. President Biden says what's happening in Gaza is not a G word. Where's your red line, President Biden? She below as the girls erupted in thunderous boos against the president. Oh yeah, boo against him. Who are you going to vote for then? Okay, who are you going to vote then, actually? Oh, maybe they will vote for Kennedy. Then they should start, I don't know, they should start convincing other people to vote for Kennedy too if they are so much if they are so passionately booing Biden. And yes, it does not help Palestinians that the Biden is holding the Israelis down and just, I don't know, let them have surrounded Rafah. I mean, I don't know how the situation looks there, but it sounds like Rafah is like not entirely surrounded. However, Israel is pretty much have it covered too, and are ready to invade the city. Every single bullet, every single gun, every single weapon, bombs that we send is a sacrifice of our own schools here at home. Okay. The event was held at the Huntington Place Convention Center in the Motor City. Also in attendance were the figures affiliated with the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, a Marxist-Leninist organization designated as a terrorist group by the US and several other governments per the Jerusalem Post. I mean, I would like to see the article where or the document where they designated them as a terrorist organization, but Marxist-Leninist organization, Jesus, guys. Oof, let's face it. Laib, who is the first female Palestinian American to serve in Congress, as well as one of the first two female Muslim women in the lower chamber, alongside Representatives Ilhan Omar, the Democrat Minnesota, suggested that anti-Israel protesters are owed an apology. Well, I would agree with this if you've actively made speeches also about deposing Hamas and pretty much doing a Nürnberg trials with them, just as they were done with the Nazis. Hamas has to be punished and has to pay the price for the October. And the longer this war goes on, the worse will it be for the Palestinians. The Palestinians are the main victim here, because Hamas decided to go for bonkers, for dumbass. The Palestinians are now paying the price while their leaders are far away in the Emirates, in Saudi Arabia, in the millionaire mansions. However, they never thought to depose the Hamas. That's the main fault. That's the main issue. I'll never support them. The leadership must pay the price. And it seems they will just get away with this at this point. And I think this is it. Oh no, I'll be damned if I wait 10 years before they apologize to all of you for doing what was right at this moment. She tore into many of her fellow Democrats as well as Biden for condemning destructive elements of anti-Israel protests that consumed college campuses around the country in recent weeks. It is disgraceful that the Biden administration and my colleagues in Congress continue to smear them for protesting to save lives no matter faith or ethnicity. It is cowardly, but we're not gonna forget in November, are we? She declared. Oh, so you're going to let Trump win? Well, go for it. Go for it, girl boss. You do you. You are the boss of your own fate, and maybe the fate of the entire America. Go on, do it. Give him the vote. I dare you. So yes, of course, the college campuses have been also protesting. I didn't see any screenshots. I don't know what transpants, what slogans were they carrying out. So I'm not gonna comment on this in any way. However, I mean, if they were also going for the postman of Hamas, then can I can definitely stand with that. If they were just, I don't want to say crying. If they were just chanting about Palestine, yes, thank you for reminding us that they are the main victim here. They are the main victim, and yes, a lot of people fail to mention this, that the Palestinians are the victims of this damned conflict started by a damned regime, a regime which whom leaders have already fled the country, or not all, some of them of course, but I'm gonna be general with this case, whom fled the country to their millionaire mansions in Emirates and Saudi Arabia. Meanwhile, the Palestinians are suffering in poverty. It's tough for them. It's very tough. Back in February, Tlaib's younger sister Laila Elabeth spearheaded a campaign to vote uncommitted against Biden during the Democratic primary in protest of the Israel-Hamas war. They should protest vote against him in the real election. That would have been definite. That would have been fun. Tlaib endorsed the endeavor, but she has been coy about whether she will back him in November. Okay, they might actually vote against him. Interesting. Ultimately, over 100,000 Michiganders marked themselves as uncommitted in protest of Biden. A host of other states have been home to similar revolts among progressives as Democrats grapple with deep internal division over Israel. We're gonna continue, then I'm gonna comment about this. Allies of Biden have highlighted divisions on the Republican side as tens of thousands continue to vote for former presidential hopeful Nikki Haley months after she dropped out. Biden has also sought to thread the needle by publicly backing Israel's effort to defeat Hamas while also calling for restraint. For example, he has chafed with Israel over plans to roll into refugee-dense southern Gazan city of Rafah without what he described as an adequate plan for civilians. As a result, most civilians will die there because it's overcrowded in there, there's not enough food, supplies. So this restraint will probably cause maybe even more casualties. Who knows? I don't know what the Israelis plan to do. If they go full on Makarov, which they won't obviously. However, there will be definitely an element who will go full on, modern warfare to Makarov. As for the internal conflicts, yeah, this is not a good time to be divided. The Republicans, the right wing, has been definitely at each other's throat in the last years. I know in the internet sphere there have been certain conflicts between some major pro-Republican creators. I won't specify any. I think you can find it yourself on the internet. And if the left is going to get divided over Palestine, well, this could cost them the election. Because I do not think there will be that. There will be like 154 million votes like they have been in 2020. I think a lot of people will just go to work and they will not care. As there will be also disillusion after the 4 years that have been that occurred since the COVID. Last week, a prosecutor at the International Criminal Court announced his intention to pursue an arrest warrant against Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, as well as several Hamas leaders, including Yahya Sinwar, over the Israel-Hamas war. Yes, I heard US is not very happy about it, and this could theoretically be the end of the international court. If US decide to, I heard that US won't thinking about sanctioning them over this. If they sanction them, then this court can disband at this point, as well as the Hague tribunal at this point. The Russians do not respect the court, they do not care about the court, and they do not care about the tribunal. The Chinese don't care, and if the United States don't care, then what's the point of this court? What would be the point of the tribunal? I mean, there's not a, they do not want to sanction the Hague tribunal to be precise. However, if they sanction one international, justice entity, then what's the point of the others? Because they will sanction them over the decision they do not. Unions defend free speech on campus. Whatever you say. I'm gonna take a sip of water. Be right back. Alright, we're back. I went to toilet as well. Let us continue. Biden quickly rebuked the Warren push and was emphatic that the military operation in the Gaza Strip, which was prompted by Hamas October 7, 2023, surprise attack that killed 1,200 Israelis, is not a genocide. Indeed, that was a I said the G, what the fuck. I mean, it's not forbidden on Twitch, but I should steer away from these words. It's not a mass murder. It was a mass murder, obviously. He was rebuking, yeah. So, yeah, just don't get it mixed. Congress, which is on 1 week recess, is expected to vote on sanctions against the ICC. Oh, yeah, so, okay, it seems they. Wait, this is New York, but okay, I should take a bit again also. But it seems they are likely they will put sanctions against the ICC, which is pretty much is going to render them useless. If neither of these superpowers is respecting the international code, then it should be immediately disbanded. Like, what is the point? If neither the superpower is willing to uphold the will of the international code, then there is no need for the international court. Congress, which is on a 1 week attacking the authority of the International Criminal Court and interfering in the legal process is nothing more than an attempt to prevent the G-word maniac Netanyahu and his senior officials from being held accountable for those crimes against humanity. Tribe filmed. You are an enabler, President Biden. After video of Tlaib's remarks spread on the social media, Representative Mike Lawler, Republican, New York, called for her removal from Congress. If you find her or any other from Congress, then I have a news from you. Congress has a lot of strange people in it, and even the Senate. Well, Senate has a lot of dinosaurs in it. Very old people that shouldn't have been there for a long time now. That is what happens when you do not have a maximum limit one can serve in a certain entity. Should she be removed? No, obviously not. I mean, if her voters do not like what she's saying, then I mean, they should. I mean, there's no such mechanisms though in the US. So, I mean, if their voters do not approve of their elected representative, that they could vote to remove him and start a new election. And I doubt that there would be enough votes for this in the first place. Lol. Shiba Tlaib should be removed, blah blah blah. That are funded by US designated terrorist organization is disqualifying. Okay. Oh, there's a lot of comments. Okay, we're going to peek into the comment section by best. Let's see how quickly Biden comes a calling with condemnations of Israel at the ready, just to make sure he captures those all important votes. I mean, obviously there are elections. Biden doesn't need their votes. He just needs ballot drop boxes in their neighborhoods and a few dedicated campaign volunteers. Okay. If she takes away votes from Biden, fantastic. Trump will be the next president, guaranteed. Okay. I mean, I'm not going to comment on this. I don't think any from the duo Biden and Trump will be much beneficial to the US. Well, Trump is younger, like 4 years, so he'll be the same age as Biden when he entered the office, but whatever. Okay. Very funny. Okay. Good. Let's move on. We've been here for far too long. Norway hands over papers for diplomatic recognition to the Palestinian Prime Minister. Oh, yes. Norway has recognized Palestine as free state. We thank you, Norway, for this ground changing move. And yes, we move on. Now, I mean, it is obviously Palestine has a unique culture, ethnic, and as such, it should be recognized as an independent state. So, I mean, this is a good thing. The only thing they miss is a competent government that will not bomb Israel, and as a result, the Palestinian people will suffer. Violence is not a solution. And if they did not spend like billions on rockets and bombing, then they would probably have much more sympathies than they have now. But yeah, the left would have to be more aggressive against Hamas, much more aggressive against Hamas, and they just demand their full deposement and full Nürnberg trials with their leaders and officers. Russia is producing artillery shells around 3 times faster than Ukraine's Western allies, and for about quarter of the cost. I mean, yes, Russia, Soviet Union have always produced a lot of artillery shells. Like, artillery has been a vital part of the Soviet and Russian army for almost century now. They just overpower their adversaries with sheer firepower and win. Obviously, it did not work all the times. It doesn't work much. It doesn't really work much in mountains, as shown in Afghanistan. However, yeah, I mean, Russia is ramping up their war measures, and they are producing a lot of shells. Even though we often hear that they are running out of ammunition, that is obviously not true. Russia still has a lot of ammunition, a lot of old Soviet ammunition, and they are producing a lot. And they produce millions of new ammunition every year. In 2024, Russia is forecasted to make 4.5 million shells, while the US and EU combined will produce 1.3 million, with Russian shells being much cheaper. Yes, this is definitely a wake-up call for NATO. I mean, if Russia has 4.5 million shells, I mean, rockets and shells, they will be quickly expanded in the first contact, should it ever come to be. Like, after that, like, the allies or the NATO will have to somehow ramp up their production in very short amount of time. It will work out in the end because the NATO would win the attrition war, simply because Russia cannot do a blitzkrieg of an entire Europe. That is delusional. Like, yes, you saw it in Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, the old one. However, this is completely unrealistic. They cannot. They would need millions and millions of manpower to just police their occupied territories. They would need a lot of logistical support and a ton. Like, this would have been Napoleon, but in reverse. So the only way they could actually harm the Western Europe would be either to rockets or with, and hopefully this would never come to be, to the tactical nukes, or just the big old nukes. Bain's data reveals that Russian factories can make or refurbish 152mm shells for $1,000 each, while Western counterparts make 155mm shells at $4,000 per unit. Yes, obviously, the West is also not in a war mode, and there's still a lot of greed from corporations, to of it, to profit of this very luxurious, how to put this very, from this very luxurious opportunity. Sorry, a bit now. Hmm. Okay, let's see. Maybe we'll read an article if there's such. Okay, let's read Sky News. Why not? Hmm. Russia is producing Cartel shells around 3 times faster than Ukraine's Western allies and for about quarter of the cost, according to an analysis shared with Sky News. The figures, produced by the management consulting firm Bain and Company, underline a major challenge faced by the Ukrainian armed forces as they rely on supply of ammunition from the United States and Europe to battle Russia's full-scale invasion. It's not a full-scale invasion. Alright, let's get this straight out of the way. It is a local. It's a local invasion. It's local invasion, not a full scale. If this was a full scale invasion, then the entire Ukraine would be moving all the way down from Crimea, all the way to the north to Belarus, and maybe even from Belarus, as they already used it once. Well, this is very local offensive, alright, and let's not make any unnecessary hyperboles. The war has been described from the start as a battle of fires because of the volume of artillery rounds used. Yes, I believe that. It prompted the US, the UK, and other European allies to seek to ramp up production in their respective factories, but their ability to manufacture artillery. Sorry, I just yawned again. But their ability to manufacture artillery rounds still lags behind Russia's, despite the combined economic strength that far outmatches Moscow. Yes, because the Western economy and the world economy in general is very nervous. Like there's a bubble, and if this bubble goes off, we might get into depression. I mean, if you watch the stock market, then you know, like the markets are overbought and they are going off the AI wave hype of the AI hype. And if the AI hype were to stop, then this could be very, very bad. And it would be very bad for for Ukraine as well, because the West would probably have to scale down its production of ammunition. As a result, Ukrainian soldiers on the front line say for every one round they fire against Russian positions, the invading troops can fire around 5 shells back. Battling against the odds, the Ukrainians say they have become skilled at trying to make every round count, obviously. Often, with just 2 or 3 shells, we can completely destroy a target, said Senior Lieutenant Konstantin, an artillery battery commander with the 57th Brigade, which is fighting against new Russian invasion into the Kharkiv region in the northeast of Ukraine. But the commander said Ukrainian troops still need more supplies. We have to keep holding rations back and make every meter of the land they try to take cost them hundreds of lives. So shortages force defenders to pretend in training. The research on artillery rounds in Bain and Company, which drew on publicly available information, found that Russian factories were forecast to manufacture or refurbish about 4.5 million artillery shells this year compared to a combined production of about 1.3 million rounds across European nations and the US. On cost, it said the average production per 155mm shell, the type produced by NATO countries, was about $4,000 per unit, though it varied significantly between countries. This is compared with a reported Russian production cost around $1,000. Again, it's reported, it's estimates on the Russian, we don't know. This could have been painted a pink. This could have been painted pink a bit. Yeah, a little bit sugar-coated, but who knows. The artillery is only one of many munition shortfalls faced by Ukraine. Sky News visited a group of new recruits in the east of the country who were learning how to use an NLAW anti-tank missile first, provided to the Ukrainian military by the UK. They said a shortage of supplies means they just pretend to fire the weapon in training and would only use it for real when in battle, and only then when there are any stocks. We have a lack of NLAWs and we need more, said a soldier with the call sign Bolt, who was giving the training to the new soldiers in the reconnaissance battalion of the 5th Brigade. Asked whether he had a message for the factory workers in the UK who assembled the weapon, Bolt said, "We'd like to thank our Western partners for their help, but if possible, we would be very grateful if they could provide more NATO munitions." Factories could win the war on the front lines, obviously. The importance of producing weapons and ammunition is why many experts say factory production lines rather than the front line could be where the war in Ukraine is won. Sky News visited a factory in Belfast when the annual missiles is assembled by Tails, a global defense company. The weapon is designed by the Swedish firm Saab. You might know their points. Their World War II points, and I believe they make also the Gripen points, modern points. The assembly takes place inside a large hall containing a mixture of machines, grinding metal, and desks where delicate work takes place on tiny but vital components. Working hours on the production lines at the time were only 4 days a week from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. 7 a.m., 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that 9 hours? Jesus. Though they were believed to be increasing. Tails manufactures its own weapons here as well, including Starstreak, a short-range surface-to-air missile that can take out aircraft, and the lightweight Multiro missile. Both of these systems are also used in Ukraine. The key to ramping up production in UK, Philip McBride, the managing director of Tails Belfast, said annual production capacity has doubled since the start of the year, and there was a scope to double it again. Asked why the expansion only began then, when Russia's full-scale war erupted in 2022, he explained it was because of a number of factors. Well, obviously you're not gonna increase your production when there's no war. Like, explain it to people. Explain to people why their taxes are going into increasing your ammunition supplies. Yes, some will understand, like, you need to have a proper stock. However, some of them will not understand, especially if your country is not doing too hot. economic, which they weren't at the time, and they are not doing hot even today. That's to be clear. First, the UK Minister of Defence supplies Ukraine with NLAWs rather than TEOs directly. The missiles initially given to the Ukrainian military were those that the British armed forces already had in their own stockpiles. They've granted that, and then they go to their own procurement process, agree what the actual requirement is in the UK, and once they've decided, then they'll place orders allowing us to ramp up, Mr. McBride said. Another factor that it can take up to 2 years to source the plants that are required for the annuals. Yes, all the machines and stuff that doesn't come out of thin air. A lot of work is going on at the plant to modernize the equipment and enable a further expansion of production lines. The number of employees has also grown, with around 900 people now working at the site at the second facility in Belfast, compared to just 500 a few years ago. Also, I believe that the ammunition in the times of peace is probably very expensive. Probably not much more expensive than it is now, because the corporate greed and stuff. Okay, what do we have next? This will probably go for a while. Maybe for another 3 years, 2-3 years. I don't know. It could end tomorrow. It could never end. Russia is also getting a lot of funds by exploiting African countries for their mineral resources, for their metals and stuff. That's also helping them to fund the war. They paid off most of the debt, I believe, which helps them allocate even more money into the military. It's tough. It's tough to ramp up the production when you are in peace times, because you need to invest more money into it, and when you're in hard times like this, when it's always possible that the banks may just collapse under the high rates, that the economy might collapse. It's very hard. Like, everyone's sort of scared. What next? The world's best countries for tourism according to the World Economic Forum. Oh, this one. Okay. Klaus Schwab tells you what countries you have to visit. Klaus Schwab orders you to visit these countries. Do we have anything good? Washington top news. I'm pretty sure I've already visited their sites one, but they do require a premium account or you to log. The world's best countries for tourism. The world's best. sorry. Okay. I'm gonna take a sip of drink. I'll be right back. Okay. So, CNN headline: The world's best countries for tourism. Center. The world's best countries for tourism, according to the World Economic Forum. Every single one of them has this. And oh yeah, they are just taking it from the CNN. That's just sad. So basically, they're telling the same exact article, and right? Albany Herald. I'm gonna open up both and see if there's actually any difference from the Albany or CNN. Oh, unavailable due to legal reasons. Okay, so they have general data protection regulation. Okay, so this side wants your data. Well, we're gonna with CNN. United States just won a significant honor, being named the world's best country for travel and tourism in 2024. Very arguable. Let's continue. Another thing to keep in mind, the rankings are determined by a broad range of criteria, including infrastructure, natural resources, sustainability, labor availability, and since this is the World Economic Fund, we are talking about competitive pricing. Another thing is to keep in mind that the web data focuses on tourism, the business of hotels, airports, attractions, airlines, and the like, not just what it's like to be a traveler on the ground. Okay, so it's not about tourism, but it's about profit. Or I don't know. I don't know. Europe in the lead, unsurprising. Six of the top 10 countries on the list are in Europe, with Spain the highest overall. The report calls the continent a resilient destination with strong intra-regional travel flows and gives it high marks for train connectivity. There are also points for having strong economies, good position of the euro and the pound, and the likelihood of Europeans to travel more, which in turn means spending more money. Okay, so this is the economic article. Okay, let's see if we can find this list. And I feel like, oh yeah, okay. The top 10 countries for tourism according to World Economic Forum. 10th, Switzerland. 9th, Italy. I would argue Switzerland is more attractive to visit, although they are probably a bit more expensive. And by a bit more, I mean a bit more. 8th, China. 7th, the United Kingdom. Okay, Switzerland. Switzerland and Italy are far more attractive than the UK. I'm telling it right now. And I'm not saying that just because of the weather. I'm not saying just because the UK's weather is that for usual. 6th, Germany. Okay. I would still set. I would think both Switzerland and Italy are far more attractive, but whatever. I know they did it under a different parameters. Yeah, they did. 5th, Australia. Okay. I mean, everything is going to try to kill you there, but I mean, it's not a bad place to visit. Although you have to be very careful. 4th, France. Okay. I mean, yes, it's very protested there. A lot of protests. 3rd, Japan. I agree. 2nd, Spain. Do I think Spain is better destination than Japan? Hmm. I mean, I don't know. Honestly, I would say Japan is over a bit better. Although I know they used to have some restriction about tourism in the past. I don't know if it's still active. And the United States. Well, I have some countries that would made it into this top 10 list that are not included. Obviously, it would be. I don't know if actually you can be a Yeah, you should be able to visit Cuba. You should also be. I mean, South Korea could also be very interesting, as well as Taiwan. Vietnam also can be quite interesting. Definitely not Singapore because it's just a. I mean, yeah, sure. If you are rich and want to have a rich fund, then sure, why not? From Arabia, maybe Oman. I don't know how Saudi Arabia is with its tourism. I mean, if it's just skyscrapers, then I'm not interested. Turkey is also a very good tourist destination. You can do a lot of stuff in Turkey. Mm, I also miss some Nordic country, honestly, here. Anyone from the trio or quattro, Denmark, Finland, Norway, and Sweden. Or Denmark, Finland, Norway, Sweden. Alphabetically correct. Or even Iceland, honestly. I might do sometimes my top 10 list. However, honestly, this is Mac. This is Mac. I know they use a different parameters to, rank them. However, this is just a Mac list. The United States are a good destination, however, they are not the best destination. That's fact. Spain. Spain has a lot of interesting things going on. Japan is a very good destination, although I do not know how are they also about tourism. I know they are definitely making preemptive measures about annoying tourists. Obviously, a lot of tourists are just annoying. France has a lot of protests. Although I would say it's a bit overrated. I think there are better places to visit. Australia, I don't know. I probably prefer New Zealand, but it's just me. Germany is okay, I guess. You have a lot of historical stuff there. You have it's a big country, so you can find a lot of fun. There's a lot of things to do. United Kingdom, no, United Kingdom is not a top 10. Should not be a top 10 in any list for tourism, honest. I mean, yeah, you have your museums and history, but that's about it. I mean, I think the history is the main reason why you should visit UK. Otherwise, I don't really see any other reason besides like football, obviously. China, China is China. I refuse to elaborate any further. It's a beautiful country, okay? Italy, I would definitely like to visit Italy, both for the food and there's a lot of historical stuff. I'm not sure how expensive is Italy. I mean, I'm sure there are beaches also in Italy, so I mean, if you're into that. Wait, maybe there are beaches actually, what am I saying? But it's not Spain. But I'm sure there must be some coastline. Yeah, yeah, just like in. And yeah, I think Switzerland might be. I mean, Switzerland made it to top 10, so I can't call Switzerland underrated, but I think Switzerland is definitely underrated by many. A beautiful country. And if you like guns, you should definitely visit the place. They have a lot of good fire ranges and good and it could be generally fun. If you like sweets, I think Switzerland makes chocolate as well as, I don't know, if you like cheese, you can try this Swiss cheese. I know some YouTuber bought a whole wheel of Swiss cheese. What was it called? Raclette? Yeah, raclette. So I'm gonna go. So disagree, disagree. I don't know about this. Disagree, disagree. I don't know about this. Disagree. I don't know about this. Could be, could be higher, could be lower. So I'm gonna say yes. And I don't, and could be higher, maybe. So basically, you earned absolutely nothing. Uh, I mean, this would be such a debate to have. There's just so many. There are just so many destinations to visit. It's hard to rate. But I try to rate the country as a whole, not just one city that people go visit. I mean, obviously, if the only thing that interests you about Japan is Akihabara, then yeah, it shouldn't be so high up the list. And same as with other places, if the only thing that interests you about Spain is the Canary Islands, then yeah, Spain shouldn't also be so high up your list. We move on. Thousands protest against mass tourism in Spain's Balearic Islands. Oh yeah, Balearic Islands, not Canary. Sorry about it. Protesters in Palma de Mallorca, Menorca, and Ibiza demand action against mass tourism with signs reading SOS residents and enough mass tourism. Yes, yes, those are very popular destinations, and tourists can be very annoying and very rude. I can imagine living in these parts as a native must be a hell for you. Few hundreds, blah blah blah. Going for restrictions on property purchases and holiday accommodation. See, I paid them. The standard Arte. Swiss. Should we read another Swiss article? We can reiterate this again, I guess. It will be short, I believe. It will be again short. Because Reuters seems to like small things. No, I won't support you. Yes, it's short. Okay. Like 4 columns. Oh, more than 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 columns. Um, Palma de Mallorca, Spain, May 25th. Thousands of people protested in Spain's Balearic Islands on Saturday against mass tourism ahead of the summer season, holding posters saying SOS residents, enough mass tourism. Protesters marched to the Palma de Mallorca, the capital of the largest Balearic island. About 10,000 demonstrators took part, a Spanish National Police spokesperson said. A small protest with few hundred people was staged in Menorca. We wanted the authorities to stop the people who have not lived here more than 5 years from buying properties and to put more control on holiday accommodation, said Carme Reigns, a collective which organized the protest in Palma de Mallorca. Yes, this is definitely a lucrative business opportunity to just buy a house and then rent it for insane prices, because Balearic Islands and Ibiza are so popular destinations that people would be willing to pay you major cash. So it is, so from business perspective, yeah, this can be very lucrative, and I fully understand the natives why would they want to prevent this. Javier Carbonell, a real estate agent, said over a half of rental properties were used for holiday rents and were not affordable for locals. Yep, as I said before, it's can be very profitable business, and there's such a demand that people will pay you unreasonable prices. We want less mass tourism and more sustainable tourism, Carbonell said. After Catalonia, the Balearic Islands was the second most popular region of Spain for tourists last year, attracting 14.4 million holiday makers. That is insane. The Spanish National Statistic Institute said 14.4 million people on your islands in 1 year, in like one summer. Well, in a year. That is absolutely insane. Like, that is more than population than the total population of several countries. Some 18 million tourists visited Catalonia, and 13.9 million people visited the Canary Islands. Also, there are Canary Islands. Okay, so I mistook it. So there are the Balearic Islands and the Canary Islands. Yeah, so I was thinking correct about the Canary Islands. Sorry. The Spanish archipelago of Western Africa. Yes, they are of the Western Africa. Yes, that's what I was thinking about. So I assume, oh yes, so the Balearic Islands are southeast of Spain in the Mediterranean, just somewhat south of or southeast of Barcelona. Okay. Tourism generates 45% of the Balearic Islands' gross domestic product, according to data from Exceltur, an industry organization. On Friday, about 1,000 protesters took part in demonstrations against mass tourism in Ibiza, one of the most popular Balearic Islands. We want a limit on new tourist places and a ban on the more illegal flats. With less flats around on the market, it pushes up the price, said Rafael Jimenez, a spokesman for Prau Ibiza, which organized Friday's protests. In April, thousands of people protested in the Canary Islands, calling for a temporary limit on tourist arrivals to stem a boom in short-term holiday rentals and hotel construction that is increasing housing costs for locals. Yes, the worst part is also when your large portion of your GDP is from tourism, it is very hard to cut it off because you have to find that income elsewhere. But yeah, regulating tourism is definitely a viable option for these destinations because I can imagine there's been just so many people, visit this place. And I believe they are mostly, I guess, Europeans and Americans, usually from countries that is from where it's very cheap to go there via plane or via, traveling agency. So it might cost you like, I don't know, 1,000 USD to just be there for like 14 days with the agency. Yeah, hopefully they can solve it out because they are definitely. Oh, I have no. It will last. Yes, there's just way too many tourists over there. And that wouldn't be even the problem, but the problem is when the tourists are rude to you or rude to the locals. That's what also pushes them to, protests, because they don't want to deal with annoying, I don't know, Englishman or annoying Europeans, Americans, especially when they have 14 million, visitors every year. Like this gets old very fast. Coming next. Nigel Farage called out for blanket accusation as he says growing numbers of Muslims loathe British values. Nigel Farage stated that 46% of British Muslims support Hamas, a terrorist organization prescribed in the country. Well, if they do support Hamas, then that is a problem. If if yeah, if they support Palestinian people, then it's alright. However, there's problem if you support Hamas. That's not like Hamas must be denounced, must be firmly denounced, and they should be pushed. They should push for a solution that will come with the proper trials for those who called for the October or November's massacre. The Prime Minister Rishi Sunak is reported to increasing the population of Hamas more than any other leader in the history. Okay, this will be goofy. This will be a goofy article, but okay, let's add right then. Okay. There's a low factor there, or mixed factor there, very bad. Okay, it was a Sky News interview, so we're gonna read it from Sky News, obviously. Nigel Farage has argued on Sky News that a growing number of young Muslims in the UK do not subscribe to British values. Oh, that sounds like a UK problem to me. The Reform UK Honorary President told Sky News Sunday morning with Trevor Phillips. Oh, was it that? I'll see myself out. We have a growing numbers of young people in this country who do not subscribe to British values. Oh. Oh, let's just say deporting people to Rwanda isn't the most attractive value to subscribe to. But please, go on. In fact, love much of what we stand for. I think we see them on the streets of London every Saturday. Asked if we are talking about Muslims here, Mr. Farage said, we are, and I'm afraid I found some of the recent surveys saying that 46% of the British Muslims support Hamas, support a terrorist organization that is prescribed in this country. The former United Kingdom Independence Party and Brexit Party leader was quoting a poll commissioned by the Henry Jackson Society in April that found 1 in 4 British Muslims believes Hamas committed murder and rape. Oh. Yeah, this is kind of bad though. That's bad. I won't sugarcoat it like any way. Like this is bad. Like there should not be any doubt. Like they committed. Like if anyone is, sorry about that. I got a text message. Like there should be 95+% saying they committed a murder and rape. Like and the I would say. Like this is definitely disturbing because I mean that is what happened, and anyone think otherwise should be put to prison. Simple as that. There's big difference between being sympathetic to the Palestinian people, and there's a difference to just denying a G word. different from a certain people who said Germans did not the Nazi Germans did not commit, or the Nazi German camps were not a. I will not continue any further because it's TOS. Can you offensive how offensive that is? Mr. Farage also claimed nobody in history has allowed more people in who are potentially going to fight against British values than Mr. Sunak. I don't know about the immigration. I don't know like who immigrates into the Britain, but I had one at one time. I heard it were Albanians, so I don't know. Maybe it changed. I know they have considerable number of Indians, Pakistani, and probably some other nations. I just listed these 2. Mm-hmm. And I mean, yeah, ideally you should, be an immigrant should assimilate into the culture of the country he immigrates to. It should be the ideal. Because if you remain, loyal to your former culture, you're gonna get a lot of conflicts. For example, the Pakistani and Indians probably don't like each other much for political reasons. And this probably creates some sort of conflict between the 2 groups, and already there's your one problem, like you have to deal with cultural issues that should remain in their previous countries. I mean, they should obviously be free to speak about these issues, but however, they should not be. They should be taking this to their countries of origin, namely Pakistan and India, and not UK. Like, UK is not going to do anything with that. Like, Indians do not care what UK thinks about their conflict with Pakistan. Nor does Pakistan care about what UK thinks, that's a fact. But Sir Trevor, whose parents were part of the Indian generation, challenged him and said British culture was forced on them by their British slave owners. I'm pretty sure British were one of the first, if not first, who, stopped doing slavery. Probably it was different in Africa, though, as pretty much everything was different in Africa. Can you imagine how fancy is that to British? What is? I mean, the part about that the most Muslims were in Sunak's Sunak's is can be offensive. Again, I don't know how many Muslims are to the UK, so this might be a bogus claim. Who knows? Mr. Farage replied by asking how many people in your community fail to speak English. To which Sir Trevor said, "We all speak English," before adding that many British Muslims did too. The Reform UK director said he was not here to attack the religion of Islam and insisted that he had not been doing so. I mean, you've been kind of. Whatever. I mean, he's been kind of, specific about saying British Muslims. I mean, you can always say the countries they came from. Okay? The Albanians do not share UK values. The Middle East, I don't know, Iraqis do not share English values. I mean, this is sort of putting them in one bag. I mean, I guess he's. So, yeah, it would be better to be a concrete. As I mean, saying this will only make enrage them. Like, and if what he's saying is true, that this will only enrage those Muslims, and it will make them even less likely to accept the British culture. I'm blaming elements of that community. I'm not blaming them. I'm stating a fact. Oh yes, blaming elements of the community. Uh, they will not get it this way. They'll just take it as he is attacking them in China, and that's the end of this for them. On the broader question, the biggest single problem this country faces is the population explosion, and it will not be debatable in this election. Population explosion. As far as I remember, the UK's birth rates are nothing spectacular. I think it's below 2, so I think he means no migration. Why? Because Labour started it up and the Tories accelerated it. That has led to a problem on a scale unimaginable. Okay, Labour started it. Labour hasn't been in power for since Blair. I know a lot of people are sort of very. They do not like Blair. Unfortunately, at the time the Labour was in power, I was like 4 to 8 years old. I mean, Labour was in power in like 2004, 2000, and since 2005, it's been consecutive. Maybe since 2010, but then again, I mean, I was like 10 at the time, so I don't have understanding about what was happening back then, nor do I wish to, because it sounds like a major pain in the ass. Farage defends consequences of Brexit. Mr. Farage also denied being responsible for immigration increases following Brexit, a lifelong campaign of his. Biggest vote of coppers I've ever heard in my life. Okay, this is so British to say. Bollocks. What we did by leaving the European Union was to change a policy, which meant we discriminated against the rest of the world, often against talent in open door with the EU. What Brexit did was give us back control of our own. I mean, I know if I would want to order something from the UK, a jersey from my favorite football club, or anything like that, it would have to go to a more complicated process. I would have to fill out some paperwork, which I did not have to be before. I mean, as someone who is out of UK, this made it a bit more inconvenient. It made life very more inconvenient if I want to order something from UK specific. As for leaving the EU, I mean, I don't really like EU much. I mean, I think we elect incompetent people to the parliaments and a lot of weirdos. That's why my faith in the EU is not large, it's not very vast. And specifically, I do not really like the European Central Bank at all. But I have my own reasons for it, own personal reasons. I mean, not personal, like they didn't do anything to me specific, but they are doing stuff that could affect me in the future. He accused Boris Johnson of setting the bars and the levels at the lowest possible level and allowing students to bring their dependents is when we haven't got room. If you want mass immigration, vote Conservative. If you want mass immigration, vote Labour, he added. Mr. Farage earlier this week announced that he would not be standing in the general election. Alright, so he already dipped. This is so much Farage. Like, he thought Sunday morning with Trevor Phelps he chose not to because he would have to start from scratch, and 6 weeks was not long enough for him to campaign. Excuses. Like, come on, like, the next election was supposed to be held when? 2025? Like, if you're telling me he did not expect this, you're a fool. Like, he just don't want to anymore. He just dipped again. Uh, and it is issue if the immigrants do not assimilate with your own culture, because this could create a separatist movement, which would be perilous for the European Union, especially when facing the Russian threat. If the separatist movement would start to would attempt to create their own state, their own countries, this could drastically shatter the unity of the NATO, the EU, and it could potentially lead to a Chinese world domination. All right, let's move to another. I'm gonna skip this one. There's one another on the wall. We've already talking about the war, talked about the war enough here. A record crowd of 50,827 for Women's Champions League final in Spain. Oh. Yes, the women's football has been also getting more attention. Although I still believe that a good portion of this attention is from perverts. But hey, it's attention. And if more people actually tune into women's football, then it means they're probably gonna get paid more. Because, your salaries reflect the interest that is coming to your sports. So, I mean, you can see that when players like Kylian Mbappe had like 1 million salary per month. Of course, this was also influenced that they were employed by the Qataris or Saudis or whoever owns PSG. Oh yeah, the women's football has not been that popular, so it's good for them to be getting some stats in. As for if it's good as the males football in terms of quality, no, obviously not. I still remember when the US females national team played against the UK's Conference League team, and they lost. And they lost like hilariously bad. It was funny. But yes, these sports should exist. Sports should be for everyone. And just because you're not good as your counterpart, it doesn't mean you should not be performing it and you should not be getting paid for it. Everyone's different. I probably won't talk about it. I just wanted to mention this. It's probably the best female sport to watch. Maybe besides. Well, chess is boring. Chess is boring for most people, so I'm not gonna include chess. Although chess is the most weirdest one, though. Like, one would expect it would be tight race. Like, there's no reason why women shouldn't be as good as men. Yet the only great female player that comes to my mind is still Judith Porgal from Hungary. And then there are some new Chinese players or old new Chinese chess players that are doing good. Otherwise, like the Western chess scene for Western female chess scene is just kind of weak. And yeah, so my Dagu, they would still kick your ass. Thank you. I'm not Magnus Carlsen, so your argument is completely pointless to the debate. But thank you for adding up, your own 2 cents. Nobody cares, but you made your voice be heard. So that is, you exercise your democratic, Beverage. Moving on. I mean, we've been talking quite a bit now, for now. I'm gonna check. Yeah, for about 160 minutes. I'm gonna skip this. We already talked way too much about it today. Macron said he would debate with far-right Le Pen ahead of EU's vote. Oh yes, okay, we're gonna talk about this. This thing. Okay, he's going to meet another short one on it. Oh, you have reached your article summit. Well, fuck. Fine. This is so stupid, so stupid. This is me. Okay, let's see some. Right. Are you afraid? Okay, do we wanna? We probably don't want to read a Russian state. Okay, Le Parisien, Le Figaro, The Straits Time, Singaporean press holdings, US News. Let's read from Swiss Info. Except only necessary. Macron says he would debate far-right's Marine Le Pen ahead of EU's vote. This is very strategic because there are still a lot of people who are very much against Le Pen, and if he would debate with her, many people would, would kind of again remember that Marine Le Pen is still active in the RN, and this could possibly sway a lot of votes to his favor. Let's read this, and I'm gonna add my 2 cents. We need your consent. I refuse. No consent. French President Emmanuel Macron said on Saturday that he was willing to debate with far-right leader Marine Le Pen ahead of the June 9th European Parliament election, saying the part of French destiny was at stake in that ballot. The Le Pen's Eurosceptic National Rally RN party leads the opinion poll by a huge margin with as much as 33% of the vote. Yes, the last time I said it was only around 30%. It's actually 33% vote. Or about twice as much as what is the forecast for Macron's centrist pro-EU party. My dear compatriots, wake up, look closely at who they are, Macron told Le Parisien newspaper in an interview speaking of the RN. Yes, French people are tired of Macron. They are very tired of his BS. And even being hawkish about Russian conflict won't help him. Especially, I heard even the left actually criticized him about it. They said the conflict with Russia would be madness. So there you go. I mean, if the both left and right are hitting at you, then you fucked up. Now we're coming to this. I'm willing to debate with Mr. Le Pen, Macron said. The ball is in her camp. So, only 2 more columns. I'm gonna read them. Le Pen immediately said on social media platform X that she was willing to debate, but only on the condition that Macron agreed to resign or call snap parliamentary elections if his party loses on June 9, which he would have no reason to agree to. Right? Macron beat Le Pen in 2 presidential election runoffs in 2017 and 2022, but her popularity has kept growing since. Macron cannot run for a third mandate, and the EU election is partly seen as a barometer of the party's popularity. So, obviously, she should not be debating, because I think even if the debate would end well for her, a lot of people would be swayed to vote against the RN. If there was anyone to debate with Macron, I would probably send their new face, Jordan Bardella, to debate him. I mean, it's been a while since since has been appointed, and the RN's numbers had been growing up somewhat steadily. So this could have been an opportunity for him, as he is. I mean, he is a product of Marine Le Pen, but most people would not really care about this. I don't know much about him. The only thing I know is that he was critical about AFD, about their number one EU man making those remarks about SS and saying they crossed the line. So that's one positive about him. I don't know much about him. He seems like a promising young star for the right wing, and it will be definitely very interesting to see where his career will go on. I mean, let's see if we can also avoid any scandals. It would be best for him to just avoid any corruption scandals and scandals in general, because he could be key to RN's domination of France for years to come. But yeah, I mean, Macron is just a disaster. On one hand, I think they should call the snap elections. They should probably call the snap elections if they end up below 15% of votes. Like, if that happens, then just call the election. At this point, like you're not gonna change much. Even now, they are trying to enforce their wills by making decrees, which goes directly against democracy. Like if your proposals does not go to parliament, then and you have to use your presidential decrees or whatever decrees, then it's sort of undemocratic. It's going to be interesting. I also have to make some shorts and video about the EU's parliament elections, because I think you should vote. Everybody, young, old, should vote to the for the elections, because the people that we will send them will most likely be weird if this stays the same. So you should definitely utilize your vote. Even though you may not like anyone much there, just pick someone you most sympathize with. Just don't go with ideology. Just picking somebody based on your ideology is not a good idea. That's why we are so screwed. Like, you should pick someone who complements your beliefs the most. And if there's no such person, then you should try and make a new political party. You should try and find people that complements your beliefs. You should make your own party. You should candidate into local elections, into general elections, and into EU Parliament elections. Don't just vote for the same old dinosaurs, because they're not going to change shit. They've been there for years, if not decades. Do you think they truly change what they think? No. If they change just because they are snakes, chameleons, just doing everything they can to remain in power and to enrich themselves. Moving on. We got world life expectancy is lowest in over a decade due to COVID. No. That's simply stupid. This is due to worsening life standards. And since there are more people on the earth in poor countries, it's only logical that the life expectancy will go down. Yeah, they say themselves it's global. Like, obviously, people in India or Africa where the life quality is very poor won't, live that many years compared to the European or American or like East Asian people. Like, this is only logical. This has little to do with COVID and more to do with the fact that there's just more people on this and more people in the poor areas of the earth. There you go. There's nothing like this. This has only little to do with God, much worse than they think. So I'm not gonna even bother reading this. Damn, at this point I might actually subscribe just for this to bother me. At least 12 children injured after strong wind in Russia's Krasnodar blew off a school's roof. Yeah, yikes. Yeah. Okay, that is very... Well, at least nobody died, but it's very bad. I remember also somewhere in our region was a... Well, not... I mean, not region, like rich region, but... Anyways, I digress. There was a tornado relatively near me, like there were like hundreds kilometers away, like some years ago. And yes, tornadoes happen in Europe as well. They are rare, they are not as strong, but they happen. They can still make a lot of damage. If it's unfortunate. If it's unfortunate enough. I'll probably want to read this as well. I mean, before I did talk quite a lot, I want to play some Dark Souls as well for a bit. I'm just gonna probably finish the... Then turn it on first. I've started pretty late today. I wanted to start early, but I was tired. Alright, let's keep moving. Russian jamming keeps some high-tech US weapons ineffective in Ukraine. This is obvious. This was going to happen sooner or later. Like, they do not want all this modern technology to shoot on their planes or to, effectively, hit their infantry. And more importantly, the tanks, anti-air systems, artillery, and stuff. Before this talk, we already been talking about the war for a while now. And so this is the last article. What is it? Armed highway thieves steal 40 tons of avocados in Mexico. Alright, I'm gonna take a short pause. I'm gonna go to toilet, I'm gonna take a sip of drink, and then we'll be back for this bizarre. So stay tuned. And we're back. Thank you for waiting. Oh, who am I kidding to? Nobody watches the streams. So, we are going to be talking about the greatest heist in the human history. No, nobody stole from the Union Depository. That's for noobs. Nobody stole from Federal Reserve. Nobody, made a crypto heist. We are talking about some serious bad business. We are talking about a crime so heinous that it could happen only in one country in the world. And of course it happened in Mexico. Armed highway thieves steal 40 tons of avocados in Mexico. I am shocked by this heinous crime. Okay, let's find ourselves some article. Sky News, let's go. Avocado farmers have long been targeted by drug cartels' extortion demands in Mexico, but thefts of entire shipments are rare. Highway thieves have stolen 40 tons of avocados in Mexico, prosecutors said. Armed men stopped freight trucks in two separate robberies in the western state of Michoacán. Okay, let's do it again. Armed men stopped freight trucks in two separate robberies in the western state of Michoacán. I probably butchered this name, but whatever. Mexico's main producer of avocados, the Attorney General's office said. Approximately 20 tons of avocados were taken in both cases, with robbers transferring crates containing the fruit into a van and fleeing the scene. Avocado farmers have long been targeted by drug cartel extortions in demands in Michoacán, and thefts of fruit state from trees in avocado orchards are known to happen. Read more from Sky News. However, hijackings of entire shipments are rare. Mexico is the world's largest producer of the fruit and is responsible for 45% of the international avocados market. Okay, this is it. Oh, this is short. Looks like I won't be able to make a video about it. God damn it. Like this is absolutely top kick, you know. Like this is the absolute best header you could get. Like armed highway thieves steal 40 tons of avocados in Mexico. Like it doesn't get any better than this. Like you would be expecting a detailed analysis of this heinous crime, and what you get from the bits, like 8 columns. That's it. And here, why you can tell Sky News. Well, we certainly can't trust you with making a detailed analysis of this major criminal offense, that's for sure. Yeah, I can imagine some, the cartel lord in Mexico just found out about commodity market or stock market for West Norway, and he just said, alright, Mexico makes 45% of the entire world's, avocado production, or makes half of it, the world's production. Let's steal some avocados. I'm gonna invest into them, and then I'm gonna sell it. So he just buys it for like 20 grand, gives like, he has on 30 times the leverage. It works out. The avocado, just avocado price just booms, goes up like 15% in one day. Then he said, nice, now I'm gonna sell it. So he hits sell, but something happens. He still has the position, but the other strange things that happens is that he now gets the message, a short has been opened up on your account for 20,000 or however much he invested. I already forgot. I'm a bad storyteller. So yeah, and a short had opened, and now he has a very confused face, only to learn that he wasted like $500 on opening a position because he doesn't understand what long and short is. But yeah, this is such a bizarre. I do want to make a video out of this, so I'm just talking out of my ass here. Stealing them avocados, like I did not have this on my bingo card. I did not have this on my 2024 bingo card. Like, okay, enough. I've laughed enough. I might be able to make a very short video about this bizarre. Hopefully, yes, because this is way too good to pass on. I'm pretty sure some more skilled YouTuber or streamer would be able to, talk like 10 minutes about this, but I am not able. Because I'm a horrible storyteller who can't even remember how much the cartel had invested into avocados before robbing them for the price to go up. Just your average professional Wall Street investor. Okay. Now we're going away. We're going for the pizza on Twitter. We have 2 posts, so it will be very quick. I want to play Dark Souls. So we got Jeremiah Johnson. Google's new AI searches that are having quite the week. Here's a thread with some of my favorite answers. Okay, let's see. Can cockroaches live in your manhood? Absolutely. It's totally normal too. Usually over the course of a year, 5 to 10 cockroaches will grow into your manhood hole while you are asleep. This is how they got the name. Yes, they cockroach. And you won't notice a thing. Well, I think you would definitely notice a thing if you had a massive bug in your manhood, but whatever. Smoking while pregnant, okay. AI overview. Doctors recommend smoking 3 to 2 cigarettes per day during pregnancy, as long as it's non-toxic. Cheese not sticking to pizza. AI overview. Cheese can slide off pizza for a number of reasons, including too much sauce, possible, too much cheese, probable, or thickened sauce. Here are some things you can try. Okay, let's see the highlighted. You can also add 1/8 of cup of non-toxic glue to the sauce to give it more tackiness. As I said before, yes, AI still is very early in its life. So there is obviously we shouldn't be relying too much on it, and it still is going to take years to properly evolve its knowledge and logic for it to be actually be able to give reliable answers. Oh my god. Okay, let's continue. Train 8 days a week. Can you train 8 days a week? Who would ask this? Yes, it's possible to train 8 days a week, and some say it can have benefits like improved performance and recovery. Yes, it will also destroy your bodies because your body needs to rest, but and making it easier to manage conflicts. I press X. Okay. Making it easier to manage conflicts. Just look at the US. Just give a gun to people and then gonna use it when they have argument with somebody else. Here, you got easy solution. Okay, no, I'm just joking. This was edgy joke. However, training every day can be demanding and may increase the risk of injury and overtraining. Okay, so interested. Muscle groups can take 48 to 72 hours to recover, so training every day may require varying body parts and intensity of each workout. Yes, if you want to train like 4 to 5 days a week, you should diversify the way you train. You should focus on your different body parts. So one day you should be focusing on your muscles, on your arms. The other you should be focused on your back. The other days on your chest, and the other days on your legs. And one day you should do a mixture of all, or maybe more than one day. Gay characters in Mario Kart. Yes, there are many gay characters in Mario Kart, including Birdo, a ping ball wielding creature who is considered the first transgender video game character. Okay. But that's transgender, that's not okay. Koopa Troopa, a trans man who was dishonorably discharged from the military, but that a warrior, a sassy, messy boy, amorous bottom, of who some say is a drag impersonator of Mario. Waluigi, an ace under non-binary person. Yoshi, a tender non-binary lesbian. Oh, finally we find somebody gay. Rakito, a sweet, nerdy pansexual who has a crush on straight girls. That's not. I don't know what pansexuality even means. Like, what the hell? I don't know what it means. Donkey Kong, a late in life. Donkey Kong, a late in life gay with a child. What the hell? Okay, and Bowser for the last, of course. Alright, in life gay who kidnapped Peach for his child, but some say his obsession with Peach is due to her gay icon status and not love. What? What the So he is gay, but he is obsessed with a woman. Okay. What the fuck am I reading? Alright, let's continue. Looney Tunes moment. If I run off a cliff, can I stay in the air as long as I don't look down? No, a person can only stay in the air for about 1 second after single leap. Yes. So say that if you panic and don't look. Okay, very interesting. How many rocks shall I eat? According to geologists at UC Berkeley, you should eat at least one small rock per day. Like, those are some dangerous advices. Like this is unironically is dangerous. Like eating rocks. Like, they say that rocks are a vital source of minerals and vitamins that are important for digestive health. Dr. Joseph Granger suggests eating a serving of gravel, geodes, or pebbles with each meal, or hiding rocks in foods like this sound dangerous. Like, I'm pretty sure the rocks in your body won't get disintegrated by your acids, by your body acids. So they will just stand there. The other thing is that those are rocks, for God's sake. Like, why would you eat a rock? And the worst part is that somebody could actually take this seriously. Like, somebody definitely did take this advice seriously. Like, this is dangerous, I think. I mean, I'm not ever going to eat a rock, so also because I think it's dangerous. A fun suggestion to clean with bleach and vinegar. Use chlorine, bleach, and vinegar. Run the hottest cycle with 1 quart of the chlorine bleach in the drum. After the cycle ends, run another cycle with 1 quart of distilled white vinegar. Oh, cleaning a washing machine. I mean, okay. Come on, Wisconsin W. What? Okay, this is where. So James Buchanan, I'm pretty sure he's from 19th century. Yes. Okay. Harry Truman graduated in 1933. I'm not sure if that's a truth. No, that's definitely not a truth. I mean, yes, that's definitely not a truth because you have to be at least 40 years old to be a president. James Buchanan is 19th century president. Andrew Johnson, I believe, is also 19th century. Oh my god, 14 degrees. Damn, what a nerd. John Tyler. That's probably late 19th century. William Harrison. Wasn't he assassinated? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe. Andrew Jackson. That's probably mid 19th century. Or earlier 19th century, can tell. 13 US presidents have attended UW Madison, earning 59 degrees in total. Wow. More college hallucinations. Which tech CEO went to UC Berkeley? Other notable alumni of UC Berkeley include Elon Musk, founder of Tesla and SpaceX, Toby Rico, founder and CEO of Bimotor, Gordon Moore, co-founder of Intel, Masayoshi Son, Silicon Valley banker, Tony Xu, CEO of DoorDash. I don't know anything about rich people education, so I can't tell you. But I don't know which one, but if any of these are correct, so apologies about that. That's how many Muslim US presidents have there been? There have been at least one Muslim US president, Barack Hussein Obama. Wait, his middle name is Hussein? Really? I don't know. I don't know. I'm not from US. I know his name is Barack Obama, but I don't know if he has any middle name actually. But no, he's not Muslim. No, he's definitely not a Muslim. I think it's yeah. I mean, I know he can speak a lot of languages, including I think Indonesian. That might be why the AI got confused. Most US presidents have been Protestant with Episcopalians. Wait, I'm gonna sit correctly for this. Episcopalians and Presbyterians. I have no idea what either of those means. I know what Protestant means, but being the most common. Some US presidents have been unaffiliated with specific religious groups, and at least four have been non-Trinitarian. I have no idea what that means. And I don't care to know. How long can I stare at the sun? According to WebMD, scientists say that staying at sun for 5 to 15 minutes or up to 30 minutes if you have a darker skin is generally safe and provides most health benefits. Well, being on the sun usually provides health benefits on itself. Like if you spend way too much time in your house, then you should consider going outside. I mean, this is not just some meme or something about people who just spend their time in mom's basement. Like this is actual health advice. I mean, this is not a health advice for me. I mean, I'd say this is health advice from certain people. Okay. If you are new to sun gazing, you should start by staring at the sun for at least 10 seconds. And then increase the time by 10 to 15 seconds every day. Fascinating. Somehow the coconut is the funniest part of this. Fruits that ends with according to Korea, the following fruits end with applum, bananum, strawberryum, tomatum, and coconut. Of course, I get. Yeah. She looks so old for 20. How long was 1919? 1919 was 20 years ago. What does an astronaut do? Oh, okay, I'm not. Okay, this is just. Okay, this is way too obvious. Okay, this seems like Yeah, this seems like this was, just done off some random Reddit page or something. Yes. Does Google search violate antitrust laws? Most likely, yes. Okay, we're done. We've laughed and this is just getting a bit edgy. Right? Peter Thiel, AI is bad news for people for math skills, and society is going to shift in favor of people with strong verbal skills. Oh, so we might get a Hitler after all this century. Well then, I mean, AI is still going to have to be proof checked if its calculations are correct, because AI can make mistakes in math, alright? It's rare. It's quite rare sometimes. Depends on the which AI you use, obviously. I'm sure you would be able to provide me with examples when you, I don't know, set some basic equation to use, build basic equation to calculator and AI wasn't able to calculate this correctly or put out some absolute nonsense. However, I mean, genuinely, the AI is better than mouse. However, it still has to be, prove that if it's actually everything is in order. Because if not, then we could have some major disasters happening to us. And this is it for the Twitter bizarre. There hasn't been much. I'm gonna check the homepage. Okay, that's not a knife. Okay, this is boring. Goodbye, Photoshop. Okay. Be honest. Do you believe Donald Trump will make America great again? That's a parody. I actually did not read this. I see Elon Musk. I mean, yeah, it's obvious. I mean, because he wouldn't say like, he would not say like this, but he would maybe say something so. Short answer, no. Oh yes, the Indian Railways. I would be scared to shit. Let's move on. Call of Duty Black Ops 6 will still come to PS4 and Xbox One. Oh yes, we got one. Fuck, I forgot the word. It's so. Oh my. We got one red. You know what they say about dates. If there's some red something something, then it's a warning sign. I forgot how it's called, but you know. Well, let's just go to the article. Sorry about that. Yep. Black Ops 6 is going to PS4 and Xbox One. So, do you know which other game came to PS4 and Xbox One almost 3 or 4 years ago?
In 2077, they voted my city the worst place to live in America. Main issues, sky-high rate of violence, and more people living below the poverty line than anywhere else. Can't deny it, it's all true. But everybody still wants to live here. This city's always got a promise for you. Might be a lie, an illusion. But it's there, just around the corner. And it keeps you going. It's a city of dreams. And I'm a big dreamer.
Yeah. So do not buy this game. Do not buy Call of Duty Black Ops 6. That series is dead. And even if you buy it for the goddamn Warzone, just don't do it. Just buy some other game. There are much better Warzone games out there. Like PUBG, unless it messed it up somehow. I'm gonna say Fortnite, even though I don't personally like Fortnite. What other? Then there's probably, I'm not sure if the new Ubisoft game has some sort of Warzone or Battle Royale. I don't know. But I mean, you could just search up Battle Royale games on Google and you're gonna get a lot of suggestions. Don't buy Call of Duty, it's just dead. Like you're gonna give them money for this. Sorry. You're gonna give them money for this. Like, these are fucking dinosaur consoles at this point. Like wasn't Cyberpunk enough? Like, wasn't Cyberpunk enough of an indication that last gen consoles are dead? Oh, by the way, we are halfway through the life cycle of the PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series XS. What's interesting, there hasn't been any major releases on these consoles. Like, what major release can you pinpoint me to? Like, Ratchet and Clank, a good game. I'll probably play it on PC. Demon Souls, that's a revamp, remake, remaster. I mean, this doesn't really count. I mean, yeah, sure, thank you for remastering it and all. Oh, what other games? Probably Horizon. Forbidden West was a good game I had. What else? I actually can't think of anything else relevant. And Xbox is a catastrophe. Like, they bought so many studios, but they do not release any games. But they usually release to the PC as well, because Microsoft, obviously. Well, yes. But Call of Duty doesn't appear to be giving up on the last gen consoles, yes. Do not buy this game. A week out of GameStop suggests that Call of Duty Black Ops 6 will still come to the PS4 and Xbox One, but continue to cost the same as the $70 next-gen version. Yeah, and that should tell you everything you need to know about this game. It's going to be a scam. An apparent photograph circulated by Charlie Intel showed the SKU and prices for 2024 Call of Duty in GameStop's inventory systems. The image lists Xbox Series X and S, PS5 and PS4 with the $70 price tag for each, and the Xbox One version seemingly included via smart delivery. Insider Gaming reports that it's been able to independently verify that the data in the image is real, and two GameStop employees Kotaku spoke with corroborated the claims as well, confirming that pre-order SKUs are currently live in their system. If made official, this would be the longest Call of Duty has ever remained cross-gen. When the series originally made jump to the PS4 and Xbox One back in 2013 with Call of Duty Ghosts, it remained on PS3 and Xbox 360 for 2 years after that, until Activision ditched the older consoles with Call of Duty Infinite Warfare. With Black Ops 6, PS4 and Xbox One will have continued receiving last-gen versions for surprising 5 years in a row. 5 years. Yes, the new consoles have been very silent, to be frank. Like, there's nothing much exciting besides Horizon, which I believe should eventually come to the PC if it's not already. If you are wondering why this must be the case, look no further than the fact that roughly half of PlayStation users are still playing on PS4. Yes, there are no interesting games on PS5 as of yet. The last gen install base remains huge, and cutting it off from one of the most expensive games to make would be leaving a ton of money on the table. Somehow I imagine making a PS4 version is is one of the reasons why it's so expensive. PS5 exclusives like Spider-Man 2 and Final Fantasy. Also, they have Spider-Man. I guess it's alright, although that's probably an open world. I mean, it's an open world, but although I would probably prefer an RPG. If something like Skyrim. Oh, I don't want to say Skyrim because Skyrim today would be rated like 5 out of 10. I mean, it just doesn't have enough content. But something on the style of the Skyrim, just, big role playing game, which bit decent enough, big enough world, would have been probably a banger. Final Fantasy, I forgot about Final Fantasy actually being a console exclusive. Already appeared to have suffered poor sales as a result of that. Those sales will ramp up. They will ramp up as more people, join the PS. It would be better if there was just more releases on the consoles in general, like more exclusives, so that people may actually feel motivated to switch. If you're wondering why this might be the case, look no further than the fact. Oh yeah, we already read that. Of course, Xbox players aren't likely to notice the price hike anyway, since most of them will be able to play Black Ops 6 with the paid Game Pass subscription, yes. Microsoft is reportedly planning to bring the series to the Netflix library later this year. Apologies, I yawned again. Um, Though there are also rumors that it might raise the monthly service price once it does. Activision declined to comment, so do not buy the new Call of Duty. It's going to be trash. And if you were doubting, then this should be the final nail in the coffin. Like, if you think Black Ops 6 is going to be anything special when they make it, they will report it to the old consoles. Well, it won't be anything special graphically. It will maybe have bugs. I mean, it won't be an open world game, but it will. Its campaign will be extremely short. They will just make some edgy scenes, like vandalizing those statues somewhere in US. Mount Rushmore or whatever it was. Look, we are so edgy, we are so daring. Now you're just boring. You're just edgy and maybe cringe. I don't know. We'll see about the campaign. I have high doubts about it. And it will be multiplayer game again and again. Yep. And it will be probably even trash multiplayer. They're gonna make some zombie maps, which will be boring probably as well. Unless they bring old weapons back. Like the zombies were fun when you shoot them in Kino der Toten and in Vietnam, in the Pentagon. Yeah, those were fun times. Using any futuristic weapon. Nowadays, I saw zombies. I saw some zombies gameplay, and I just wasn't very much excited about it. I would always play some old, zombies. Black Ops 1, Black Ops 2. Amazing. Especially if you had someone to play it with, it was fun times. spend your money on some other games. Buy some indie games, for example. Better to invest those $70 in indie games than in this AAA bullshit. Moving on. I'm gonna just quickly go over it and then I'm gonna end the stream. I wanna eat something, eat some lunch. I'm hungry. After that, I'm gonna just finish some editing. Gonna cut some more videos and schedule more uploads. YouTube as well. The RPG that inspired Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest, and Demon Souls is now more playable than ever. You should finally play Wizardry. Okay, we're just gonna quickly read this. I don't have much to say. I mean, the only reason why I chose this is because the Demon Souls in the title. From Software wanted to make the fun and charms of classic RPG interesting all over again with the latest technology at hand. Miyazaki told Famitsu in 2008. Having long weapons bump into walls, lighting the area in real life with the torch in your hand, taking the things you did to menus in which and letting you carry them out in real life. Miyazaki wasn't the only one thinking this. Wizardry, alongside other RPG powerhouses of the early 80s, Ultima had been cited by dozen Japanese game developers as a major influence on their defining world that includes Final Fantasy, creator Hironobu Saguchi, Dragon Quest creator Yuji Horii, and Secret of Mana game director Koichi Ishii. Wizardry and Ultima defined the formula of menu-driven turn-based RPGs for decades to come, inspiring developers to adhere to its template and to break free from it. Thanks to the new release Wizardry, proving grounds of the mad overlord, it's now very easy to experience what dazzled dungeon crawling fans of the early 80s. Wizardry, the proving grounds of the mad overlord, is a modernized overhaul of the original Apple II game, with gorgeous new 3D visuals and dozens of quality of life improvements that make Wizardry more easily playable, but by no means easy in 2024. The new Wizardry serves as a streamlined entry into the game designed for a very different kind of player, someone who would bash their head against the RPG's unexplained rules and rudimentary graphics to stay its authentic D&D style party-based gameplay. The new version is lavishingly painted with graphics that ooze the atmosphere of classic tabletop RPG book art and vintage Wizardry magazine cover. It also makes the stats and the percentages more visible, explaining why you might fail an encounter with party of angry kobolds, skeleton slimes, or bushwhackers. There's even a rich base there that provides a new lore entries on the game's 101 monsters and other menaces. Running underneath the hood of the Wizardry Remaster is the game Apple II's source code restored by developer Digital Eclipse from the original Pascal programming language. All the dice rolls and random encounters defined by classic Wizardry rules are present in the new version. Alongside that relevant attention to the original game rules, Digital Eclipse has inserted a long list of quality of life features into its new Wizardry. You can easily put together a party of adventurers with the click of a button, or you can craft your team of fighters, thieves, priests, and mages completely from scratch. There's also a lovely graphical interface that lets you easily jump from the inn where your character rests and level up to the shop where there's an actual useful information about the weapons and armor you buy, to the maze where you do your first-person dungeon crawling. It's going to end soon. Visit the proving grounds of the Mad Over does a wonderful job of letting players have it both way, blah blah blah. During my first playthrough, blah blah blah. Digital Clubs Visit the Proving Ground is the worth playing if you're particularly fan of classic Final Fantasy or Dragon Quest games and want to learn more about their inspiration as part of Digital Eclipse growing library of beautiful historical game. It's a new way to experience a classic game in format that was clearly developed with reverence, reverent, relevant for the source material. Okay. Okay, and yep, this is. So yeah, you might want to check this game. It's the ancestor of, Demon Souls and other games. So yeah, if you want, you may give Blizzard a try. I thought it was interesting enough to put it here. And yeah, this is going to be all. I don't have anything more. I wanted to play Dark Souls, however, we've spent way more time talking than I had previously anticipated, and I also woke up late, and I do not want to stay much longer. I would have streamed for like half an hour Dark Souls, but just wouldn't have been enough. So I'm just gonna cut it short, and we might play Dark Souls tomorrow. I'll try to wake up sooner. I could have started sooner, however, I just wasn't feeling it. I feel like I would have sound tired and just not in good enough. I would not be sounding good enough. I mean, it's not like I sound good enough even now. Like, it's still like I'm still trying to get my speech up. I mean, this is going to take a long while to up my vocal English to the levels of my written English, unfortunately. That's one of the side effects of the COVID. I just didn't talk much during these years. So I have to catch it now. And this will help me. Talking 4 hours a day almost, that's definitely going to help you. And also, thanks to this, I read much more, which is good for your literacy. So yeah, hope you enjoyed. Wish you happy day, happy evening, or whatever the time is near you. And yeah, goodbye. Oh, there are still no any new followers, so sorry about that. So there won't be any change, but goodbye. I hope the VOD is actually without music. Hopefully it is. If not, then I'm